Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. All mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode from now onwards, please. And may we request for all exit doors to be closed. नमस्कार, आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया शीघ्र अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर लें, मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड पर रखें और निवेदन करना चाहेंगे सभी निकास द्वार बंद कर दें। धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, we would request everyone to kindly rise for the welcome and the national anthem as soon as the Honorable Vice President joins us on the stage. आप सभी से निवेदन है, मंच पर माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय जी के आगमन के साथ ही आप सभी अपने स्थान पर उनके स्वागत और राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise to welcome the Honorable Vice President of India. The National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest Sri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Kiran Rijiju ji, Honorable Minister for Earth Sciences, Government of India, eminent dignitaries on the days, special invitees, officials from the ministries, retired and serving officials of the IMD and meteorology enthusiasts, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the grand celebration of the 150th year of the India Meteorological Department. भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग के 150वें वर्ष के भव्य समारोह में आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है. And today, on this momentous occasion, we are honored to have amongst us the august presence of Honorable Vice President of India and eminent dignitaries. May I now request Dr. M. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, to kindly do the honors of welcoming our esteemed guest with a floral bouquet and an Angavastram. We request you, sir, to welcome the Honorable Vice President of India. May I request you, sir, to welcome the Honorable Minister for Earth Sciences, Government of India. May I now request you, sir, to welcome Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Thank you, sir. May I now request the Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Vice President of India, and our eminent dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurate the celebrations. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to mark the beginning of our special event with the auspicious ceremony of lighting the ceremonial lamp. The tradition symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of light, knowledge, and prosperity. And we would like to thank our Honorable Vice President for being present here today. हार्दिक धन्यवाद. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Dr. M. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, to kindly begin the proceedings with his welcome address. Dr. M. Mohapatra, DGM and the third Vice President of World Meteorological Organization, is a renowned meteorologist and well known globally for bringing the pragmatic change in cyclone forecasting.
Namaskar, good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, Honorable Minister of Earth Sciences, Sri Kiran Rijiju ji, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Minister of Earth Sciences, Government of India, Mrs. Ranju Madan, my colleague, Chairperson of the Local Organizing Committee, former Secretaries of Minister of Earth Sciences, and former Director Generals of India Meteorological Department, secretaries, former secretaries of Government of India and different states and union territories, my dear colleagues from India Meteorological Department, working and retired, my dear colleagues from Ministry of Earth Sciences, and all the scientific organizations at the central level and the state level, distinguished scientists, administrators, disaster managers, engineers from different states and central agencies, my dear friends and colleagues from press and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. On the behalf of India Meteorological Department and my personal behalf, I extend warm greetings and welcome to our respected, beloved, and honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankar ji. We express deep gratitude to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and blessing us on this momentous occasion of inaugural ceremony of celebration of 150th year of India Meteorological Department. I welcome Honorable Minister of Earth Sciences, Sri Kiran Rijiju ji, whose guidance has enabled IMD and Minister of Earth Sciences to scale new heights in recent period. I welcome you, sir. Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Minister of Earth Sciences, has been a pillar of support in guiding IMD in each and every initiative. I welcome you, sir. I extend warm welcome to all of you present here and joining online. I'll just go to a little history. While the entire country was fighting the first war of independence in 1857, a few people in Asiatic Society of Bengal were raging another war. They were fighting for another cause, and they were loving and requesting the then British India.
This meeting is being recorded.
Lives and properties from the natural disasters like cyclones, floods, droughts, etc. Their fight went on. After a long endeavor, India Meteorological Department was established in 1875, subsequent to 1864 massive cyclone which caused death of 80,000 people in Calcutta, and another cyclone which caused 40,000 people in Andhra Pradesh, hitting near Basilipatanam in the same year of 1864. It was followed by 1866, the famine, popularly called as Bengal famine, and then again in 1871. So all these events compelled British India to establish the India Meteorological Department on 15 January 1875. While we are celebrating 150 years today, commencing from today, IMD has undergone several phases of evolution and has been a testament of progress, glory, and service to the nation since 1875. It has demonstrated a continuity from the ancient knowledge, starting from Rig Veda, to the modern knowledge with intervention and innovation of science, technology, and services. As the year passed on, our commitment to observing and forecasting weather and climate became a tale of innovation and resilience. Starting from simple India Hut, popularly initially known as Madras Hut, with the observatory at 1793 in Chennai. Now, the country has moved on to automated system of observations like automated stations, automated rain gauges, satellites, radars. And also, we have come up with the various forecasting system. We have got 2 satellites. We have got 39 radars at present with a Doppler type, more than 6,000 rain gauges, and many more. Starting from a daily exchange of data through postcards in 1876, we have come up with social media and all types of automated and latest ICT tools. We have come up a long way from a simple persistence forecast starting from 1865, the port warning issued for Calcutta port. Now we have got perhaps no such sector which is left out by the India Meteorological Department in providing the weather informations, weather forecast, climate informations, and the climate forecast. With the round-the-clock watch on the weather and climate over the Earth's surface, lands, etc., ocean and atmosphere, India Meteorological Department is working to provide the safety and security and enabling the disaster managers and general public to optimize the weather and climate informations, to safeguard their lives and livelihood, and also to increase their income and hence the societal benefits. Commencing from port warning as I told 1865, there has been evolution of various types of services. I'll just mention a few. People will talk about the environmental monitoring now. We came up with ocean monitoring in 1928. We started aviation meteorological services in 1911. We started climate services in 1908. And we started flood meteorological services and marine weather services in 1966. And like that, the journey went on, and at present we have got impact-based forecast and risk-based warning for each and every severe weather event for each city and town and each district, and also we have got block-level forecast. While IMD in collaboration with sister organizations in MOES, R&D institutes in the country and outside, central and state stakeholders and disaster managers is moving ahead, demonstrating its capacity in improving national economy and helping to minimize loss of lives and improve livelihood, there are still challenges, especially with respect to small-scale severe weather hazards and lightning and cloudburst, etc. There is also scope to mainstream our climate informations with each and every activity. As Honorable Prime Minister has told, we should mainstream our DRR activity with each and every activity of the country. IMD aims at addressing all these in a collaborative approach with academia, R&D institutes, public and private partnership, and stakeholders. IMD would continue to develop its capability to meet the challenges and scale new heights in this Amrit Kal so as to serve the society better. I once again welcome you all to this auspicious occasion, the day when country is celebrating Pongal, Makar Sankranti, Bihu, etc. We also celebrate the 150th year of India Meteorological Department, the glorious journey. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mohapatra, for the warm welcome and the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, on this momentous occasion, we are proud to present the theme song of IMD, which is being composed by Shri Gajendra Solanki, an international poet and lyricist. Aditya Jaiti Vashri, Mausam Vibhag Vande. This is a Sanskrit phrase that means the sun gives rainfall, and we salute the Meteorological Department. माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी महोदय जी से निवेदन है कि आप कृपया अपने शुभ हस्तों से IMD के थीम गीत को जारी करें. And ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all to listen to this melodious song, an inspiring song which reflects the spirit and vision of the IMD.
मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, हम हर मौसम पढ़ने वाले, मानव जीवन के रखवाले, वसुधा परिवार हमारा है, मौसम विज्ञान सहारा है।
पृथ्वी की गतियों का विधान, ऋतुओं का शाश्वत संविधान,
जलवायु और पर्यावरण के परिवर्तन का ध्यान,
आपदाओं से हो सतर्क सब IMD अभियान। ये मौसम ज्ञान पुरातन, नवल विज्ञान प्रभावन। जल थल अंबर हर गांव नगर पर्वत घाटी जंगल सागर, जीते हम संग फिजाओं के, लाते संदेश हवाओं के।
सहयोगी मित्र किसानों के, जन जीवन की मुस्कानों के, कर्तव्य निष्ठ मौसम प्रहरी, जन सेवा में आस्था गहरी,
करते अध्ययन तूफानों के, नव चक्रवात अनुमानों के।
जन धन जीवन रहे सुरक्षित, मंथन अनुसंधान, मानवता के लिए समर्पित मौसम का विज्ञान, मानसून संज्ञान।
अपना ज्ञान पुरातन, अमर वरदान सुहावन।
वैदिक संस्कृति का नव विहान, ऋषि चाणक्य का अर्थ ज्ञान, कवि कालिदास के मेघदूत, आदित्य प्रभा के अग्रदूत।
मौसम उपग्रह का दिग्दर्शन, ऋतु चक्र प्रवर्तन विश्लेषण।
भारत के स्वर्णिम कल के लिए शुचि मन में दृढ़ संकल्प लिए।
साक्षी समृद्ध विरासत के हम गौरव प्यारे भारत के।
पूर्व पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण शुभ कर्म योग संधान, सीमाओं के पार हमारी करुणा की पहचान, सहयोगी गुणगान।
मौसम ज्ञान पुरातन, अमर विज्ञान पुरातन। मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे।
धन्यवाद. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege to invite Shri Kiran Rijiju ji, the Honorable Minister for Earth Sciences, Government of India, to kindly grace us with his address.
Respected Sri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, the Honorable Vice President of India, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Director General, India Meteorological Department, all the senior officials, former secretaries of Ministry of Earth Sciences, and former DGs of the IMD, former as well as the working IMD officials from various parts of the country present today online and offline, distinguished scientists, officers from central and state agencies, invited guests, press and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. Today is definitely a historic day for India and especially for the Meteorological Department as it celebrates 150th Foundation Day. IMD is an important service department of the ministry. I express my heartiest congratulations to IMD and all its employees, both retired and working, for this remarkable milestone of providing services to the nation. During its long period of existence, IMD has been able to mold itself as a world-class national meteorological service that uses latest technological tools for monitoring, prediction, and warning of extreme weather and climate events that occur over and around the country, and thereby helping the nation to build resilience against risk related to the disasters and the climate change. Under the inspiring leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, my ministry is leaving no stone unturned to complement the efforts of IMD by providing all the resources necessary for the smooth working of IMD and other organizations of the ministry and fostering strong collaborative ecosystem among them and other related ministries and stakeholders for optimal development of meteorological science and services in the country. One such example is the Monsoon Mission project, in which various organizations within and outside Ministry of Earth Sciences are collaborating together for the further improvement of dynamic models developed during the phase 1 of this project for generating forecasts at various time scales from nowcast to short and medium range, up to 7 days, to extended range, up to 4 weeks, and long range, that is months and seasons, as well as different spatial scales like specific location, block, district, subdivision, state, broad geographical regions, and all India basis, etc. This is a paradigm shift from the conventional statistical to dynamical monsoon forecast. During the last few years, IMD has taken several proactive steps to improve the weather observational network in the country. For example, the number of Doppler radars in the country has increased from 15 in 2014 to 39 in 2023. An additional 25 radars will be added in next 2 to 3 years. Rainfall monitoring stations have increased from 3,955 in 2014 to 6,095 in 2023. Upper air stations have increased from 43 in 2014 to 56 in 2023. High wind speed recorders increased from 19 in 2014 to 35 in 2023, and so on. The climate change is a matter of concern for the whole world, as it is visible in the form of melting of ice and glaciers in the polar region, as well as the great hill ranges like the Himalayan snow cover and glaciers. There is a sea level rise, increase in frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, extinction of species, and shifting of species towards the poles. It is impacting not only the natural ecosystem, but also socio-economic and political life. Hence, the global policies are being framed up and implemented. As mentioned earlier, like all other countries of the world, India also faces the challenge of climate change risk. Today, weather and climate affect society more than at any other time, with different sectors vulnerable to even small changes in environmental conditions. India, under the Honorable Prime Minister's 10-point action plan, has taken up many missions to address the science gaps and required adaptation and mitigation measures. It is needless to say that the poor are the worst sufferers and the least developed countries, and the developing countries are suffering more. We have to become resilient to adverse impact of climate change and hazards. Societies are becoming more capable of mitigating the adverse consequences of weather and climate phenomena, provided the relevant and timely information are made available. Extreme weather and climate events interacting with exposed and vulnerable human and natural ecosystems can lead to disasters. Climate services are very important for short and long-term planning and strategy development, and IMD has already initiated these services in 5 major thrust areas of agriculture, health, water, energy, and disaster risk reduction, and has lined up the plans to expand them through customization of products. Ministry of Earth Sciences is taking up several steps through IMD, providing annual climate statements and detection of climate change in the country. These statements help not only India, but also WMO and IPCC to frame policies and guidelines and prepare for the conference of parties. Center for Climate Change Research runs Earth System Model to provide climate projections. The ozone hole study in the Antarctica and the study of the environment was taken up by the IMD long back in the year. Now we have established our centers in Himadri in Arctic and Himans in the Himalayas. All these initiatives in recent years by our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, will help in better understanding of prediction, adaptation, and mitigation measures. The warning and advisory services are helping farmers and fishermen to improve their financial status as found them from a latest survey by National Center for Applied Economic Research. For example, the investment in monsoon mission program has resulted in the return of rupees 50 for investment of each 1 rupee. The farmers below the poverty line especially have benefited immensely as agromet advisories at district and block levels are used effectively by crores of farmers during various stages of farming, and the service is being expanded. The rapid scientific and technological advances have greatly improved the accuracy of weather forecast and life-saving early warnings. The accuracy of forecast has increased by about 40% for different severe weather events forecast during last 5 years as compared to previous 5 years. The early warning services provided by IMD has helped to minimize loss of lives due to cyclones and heat waves, as well as heavy rainfall through response action by disaster managers, general public and stakeholders under the umbrella of National Disaster Management Act, plans, guidelines, SOPs introduced by the present government. We strive for the country which is more resilient to extreme weather, climate, water, and other environmental events. The mega scheme Prithvi has been approved by the cabinet recently, and hence there is funding provision by the government. On behalf of the ministry, I express my gratitude to our visionary Prime Minister Sri Modi ji. With the launching of Panchayat Seva today, IMD in collaboration with other agencies will be able to reach each household through its new mobile app Mausam. When I was in the Home Ministry, I had dealt with the disaster management very closely, and Dr. Mahapatra used to brief me as I was directly handling the disaster management, and I was also accorded, fortunately, as the disaster risk reduction champion for the Asia-Pacific region by the United Nations. So disaster management has been very close to my heart. So since then, I have seen and worked with the IMD, Dr. Mahapatra and his team. And that time I remember that the MPs used to question in the parliament that how come we are unable to predict the cloud burst and some of the natural phenomena which are causing heavy damage to the human lives and properties. I used to tell Dr. Mahapatra that please do something. We should be able to forecast cloud burst or glacial lake burst, heavy rain, or this kind of extreme weather condition. He promised me. Of course, I told the members of parliament that at this moment we don't have technology to predict cloud bursts. But I'm happy. IMD has come up with a long way by establishing 10 Doppler radars in Western Himalayan region and planning to establish 11 radars in Eastern Himalayan region and northeastern states. Total number of radars in the country will go up to 86 in next 5 years. So we all know that everything depends on the observations. The more we have the ability to observe, the more our modeling capacity will increase, and then forecasting will become more accurate. My ministry is establishing IMD to enabling IMD to meet the challenges of cloud bursts by augmenting more radars, AWS, and improving the models. High resolution models could be run with procurement of high power computing system, hopefully in the near future. My secretary and our DG and our officers are here. I am pushing very hard. We must get this high power computing system as early as possible. I hope all small scale to large scale severe weather events will be detected and predicted well in the coming years. It's a long journey IMD has traversed with many successes and challenges, and especially in the recent decade, it has demonstrated its global leadership by providing support to many countries. As I see in this Amrit Kal, IMD will reach out to every household and will ensure scientific knowledge-based information and guidance to have not only disaster resilient society, but also to be partner in $5 trillion economy as envisaged by the Honorable Prime Minister very soon. I once again congratulate all the IMD employees and the entire meteorological fraternity for achieving this milestone. Finally, we are very fortunate that on this very historic occasion, the Honorable Vice President is amidst us. He is not only the Vice President of India, but he has a vast knowledge and experience of understanding of the difficulties of life, of the climate. And it is a very, very opportune moment for all of us to have Honorable Vice President Jagdeep Dhankarji amidst us. I once again thank Honorable Vice President to grace this occasion as a chief guest, and also all other invitees, especially those former secretaries, DGs, and former employees who have not forgotten us, those who have kept their link with the ministry, IMD, and to be part of this great journey. And 158 years is a special moment. When we celebrate 200 years, we may not be here, but 158 years, definitely, we are fortunate to be celebrating together. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiration and the motivation given to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now delighted to invite the Honorable Vice President of India to kindly release the souvenir of the event. With souvenir, we present the evolution of IMD since 1875.
आज हम बादल नहीं, अपने स्मार्टफोन की स्क्रीन देखते हैं मौसम की जानकारी के लिए। दादाजी अनुमान लगा लेते थे, मौसम विभाग विज्ञान लगाता है।
मैं भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग हूं। आइए आपको अपनी कहानी सुनाता हूं। The relentless fury of the 1864 Calcutta cyclone and the harsh grip of the 1866 famine unleashed brutal devastation. The necessity for weather forecasting gave birth to me in 1875. I started my journey with headquarters in Kolkata, then to Shimla, Pune and Delhi. As the years passed on, our commitment to observing weather became a tale of innovation and resilience. We have soared to new heights, now keeping an eye on the sky through cutting-edge technology, including satellite and radars, among others. From sending daily weather updates by post in 1876, we seamlessly transmit data every 10 minutes worldwide in 2023. Today, we proudly stand as the officially recognized Global Information System Center by the WMO. With a humble beginning in 1958 for numerical weather prediction in IMD, major breakthrough came with establishment of NCM-RWF in 1988, procurement of supercomputer in 1989, establishment of Center for Atmospheric Sciences in IIT Delhi and IISc Bengaluru in 70s and IITM Pune in 1962 by IMD.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for releasing the souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, the souvenir also has blessings in the form of messages from the Honorable President and Honorable Vice President of India and from Union Ministers. And now we are excited to announce the launch of various initiatives by the IMD which will enhance the quality and reach of its services to the nation. The Decision Support System, the Panchayat Mausam Seva, India's IMD's mobile app, and the National Framework of Climate Services. We would now like to request the Honorable Vice President to kindly launch these initiatives by pressing the button on the remote.
The India Meteorological Department has developed the in-house WebGIS-based integrated decision support system known as the Weather Analysis and Forecast Enabling System, WAVES, inspired by Panch Mahabhuta water, air, fire, earth and sky. Utilizing web-based GIS technology, WAVES serves as a visualization platform to analyze meteorological observations and prediction models, aiding decision-making for severe weather phenomena and their socio-economic impact. The four-layer architecture of the DSS includes the Meteorological Information Communication System, Data Information Processing System, Synthesized Integrated Visualization System, and Public Weather Information System. Entirely built on open-source technologies. It incorporates specialized modules for severe weather events. Aligned with the belief of Sarvajan Hitai Sarvajan Sukhai, it provides real-time information for various sectors such as urban, power, hydrology, health, energy, agriculture, transport, and tourism under the Uphit initiative that is cause of welfare. Upholding the vision Har Har Mausam, Har Ghar Mausam, IMD introduces Mausangram, allowing the public to view forecasts for their location through a map or search function using place names, pin codes, or coordinates. Forecasts and warnings are disseminated in text and graphics format through various platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, RSS feeds, common alert protocols, websites, SMS, and emails. Thank you.
कुशल कृषि प्रबंधन तथा कार्यों जैसे फसल की बुवाई, सिंचाई, खाद का उपयोग तथा फसल की कटाई व घाई के लिए मौसम की जानकारी अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग द्वारा मौसम का पूर्वानुमान, मौसम आधारित कृषि सलाह तथा आपदा प्रबंधन के लिए प्रभाव आधारित पूर्वानुमान वर्तमान में विभिन्न माध्यमों से लगभग 3 करोड़ किसान को लाभान्वित कर रहा है। एक अध्ययन के अनुसार इन सेवाओं से बारानी क्षेत्रों में बीपीएल श्रेणी के कृषक परिवारों की वार्षिक आय में औसतन 12,500 रुपये की वृद्धि हुई है। इसकी महत्वता को समझते हुए भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग, पृथ्वी विज्ञान मंत्रालय, पंचायती राज मंत्रालय तथा ग्रीन अलर्ट मौसम सेवा ने पंचायत मौसम सेवा पोर्टल विकसित किया है। इसके माध्यम से देश के सभी ग्राम पंचायतों के प्रमुख, पंचायत सचिव एवं अन्य प्रतिनिधियों के माध्यम से जन जन तक मौसम की जानकारी उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान घर बैठे अपनी स्थानीय भाषा में मौसम के सटीक अनुमान की जानकारी लेकर अपनी कृषि गतिविधियों का संचालन कर सकते हैं।
हमारे को पूर्ण रूप से जानकारी दी जाती है अगले 5 दिन के लिए। रहते हम अपना आर्थिक नुकसान होने से बचा लेते हैं।
इस सेवा के माध्यम से यह प्रयास होगा कि हम देश के हर पंचायत प्रतिनिधि और हर किसान के साथ जुड़े। अधिक जानकारी के लिए दिए गए लिंक पर जाएं। www.mosam.imd.gov.in/green-alerts।
One India, One Weather app, Mausam. Mobile application for unified weather services to the nation. India Meteorological Department has taken various initiatives in recent years including social media, mobile apps, dedicated website, common alerting protocol, RSS feeds and API for reaching out the common man and target users like fishermen, farmers and various stakeholders. To continue the glorious weather services to the nation, India Meteorological Department, Ministry of Earth Sciences, feels proud to launch the integrated GIS-based interactive mobile app Mausam for all weather-related services on 150th year of its establishment. The mobile app has convenient GIS-based weather maps highlighted at fingertip to access weather forecast anywhere at any time. Har Har Mausam, Har Ghar Mausam. The mobile app provides specialized services on current weather including temperature, humidity, wind, rainfall, sunrise, sunset and moonrise, moonset. It provides weather forecast for an hour to 7 days, rain alert, lightning alert, cyclone alert, forecast along national highway, railways, aviation and agro-meteorological advisory services among others. This app would provide users a platform to report any observed weather phenomenon with instant photo upload option. The mobile app supports 12 Indian languages in addition to English for varied users in India. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Weather and climate influence our lives and livelihood. Considering this, India Meteorological Department introduces the National Framework for Climate Services, NFCS. IMD initiated the monitoring of weather and climate since its inception in 1875. First rainfall climatology was published in the year 1886, First Rainfall Atlas 1906. The first climatology of Meteorological Atlas of Indian Seas was established in 1908. IMD prepares the climatology of basic meteorological parameters like rainfall, temperature, wind and pressure, and the climate extremes like heat wave, cold wave, thunderstorm, cyclones, heavy rainfall, etc. It is being updated every 10 years. IMD has digitized all observational data since 1901. In 2021, the India Meteorological Department introduced a visualization tool for the public to observe different climate parameters, extremes, climate hazards, and vulnerability maps for severe weather events. IMD ventured into the climate forecasting from the very beginning, commencing from 1886 with All India monsoon rainfall forecast utilizing Himalayan snow cover as precursor, followed by 1923 monsoon prediction utilizing Southern Oscillation Index, 16-parameter regression model in 1988, 8-parameter regression model in 2003, and then 6-parameter model in 2007. Breakthrough came in 2021 with launch of monthly and seasonal forecast of rainfall and temperature for all the months and seasons based on multimodal ensemble. With all these developments, climate services in the country multiplied with special emphasis on energy, health, disaster risk reduction, agriculture and hydrology. Climate service will be multiplied by considering success of weather forecasting by IMD. NFCS will be in line with mainstream standards so as to maximize the CILMATE applications and minimize the losses in view of increasing impact of climate change and climate hazards. Thank you.
We thank the Honorable Vice President, sir, for kindly launching these initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sure that these initiatives will benefit the nation and the society in many ways. And we are truly honored and privileged now to invite the Honorable Vice President, sir, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, to kindly grace us with his address.
Good morning, all of you. My greetings on Makar Sankranti. I'll begin by congratulating the entire IMD family. The extended IMD family, comprising those who are presently engaged and those who were earlier engaged. The nation is ever grateful to you for all that you have done. Shri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Minister of Earth Sciences, Government of India. When I became a minister in the Union government after being elected to Parliament in 1989, I was Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. My wife had no idea what is meant by parliamentary affairs. And it turned out to be the most important ministry and shaped my career. I am what I am because of that. Same is true of Kiren Rijiju. Earth sciences could not be more important than in present times. You are handling a very important portfolio. Thank you for your kind words, but they have set for me a different benchmark. I would try to rise to that level. I was wondering why the Honorable Minister and Dr. M. Ravichandran were keeping COVID distance with me on the dais. But I hope it was all bona fide. Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra ji, Director General of Meteorological, IMD. In his address, he landscaped both the past and the present, and the future. In-depth analysis and thought-provoking address. Srimati Ranju Madan, Deputy Director, General Administration, IMD. I must recognize presence in the audience of Dr. R.R. Kelkar, Dr. L.S. Rathod, Dr. Ajit Tyagi, Dr. K.J. Ramesh, all former Director Generals. They laid firm foundations for what IMD is today in its 150th year. As much the foundation is being laid today during our Amrit Kal by our visionary Prime Minister for Bharat, for what Bharat will be at 2047 when it celebrates centenary of its independence. We have amongst us Dr. Shailesh Naik, former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, distinguished audience. I am personally very grateful to IMD. And that has because when I was Governor State of West Bengal, the Honorable Chief Minister was very charitable in crediting me with a lot of things, including that during my tenure, we suffered cyclones because I was in Rajbhavan. But I was rescued by the IMD. They thought otherwise, and I could convince the Honorable Chief Minister, this is an age of science, we must yield to science. She did. I have seen myself during 3 years as Governor State of West Bengal, how efficient, how dedicated IMD is there. When she made in a light-hearted manner about cyclones visiting West Bengal, I told her, ma'am, in 1875, IMD was set up in Calcutta, now Kolkata, because IMD could anticipate there will be a governor in West Bengal at this time who will be a farmer. Friends, today we stand at a momentous crossroads, celebrating 150th years of IMD, a legacy of service, ist in the annals of our nation's scientific progress. And that progress at the moment is incremental and exponential. It had humble beginnings, as I said, in 1875 in the City of Joy, then Calcutta, now Kolkata. It has now evolved. Certainly in the front line of global leaders and a regional leader whom the nations look up to. And I am personally aware of it because our neighbors have greatly benefited by the inputs made available by IMD. As we commemorate this milestone, a significant milestone, and we enter into a new era, an era of collaboration and innovation. IMD is moving in tandem with the stakeholders, scientific institutions, and this is poised to scale greater heights. Gone are the days of fragmented disaster management. Today, a robust system ensures a predictable mechanism for financing not just response, but mitigation, preparedness, and recovery. I could see inputs made available by IMD, Coast Guard, Navy, Air Force, acting in tandem along with disaster management agencies, ensuring not a single mortality on high seas, hardly damaged 2 vessels. Coastal areas were cleared. एक जमाना था, बहुत पहले की बात है, जब मौसम विभाग कहता था, और इसलिए कहता था कि साइंटिफिक प्रोग्रेस नहीं थी, कि बरसात होगी, बरसात नहीं होती थी। निश्चिंत होकर कह सकते थे भाई शायद नहीं होगी। आज so much is the precision, it is by seconds. We are proud of our scientists. We are proud of our very talented human resource. We are proud of our technological evolution and progress. It is dictating every facet of our life. अंदाजा लगाइए, गांव का आदमी ट्रेन पकड़ता है तो कहता है ट्रेन कितनी देरी से आ रही है, मौसम विभाग बता देगा कितना भोग है। अपने खेत में जाता है तो देख लेता है कि क्या होगा। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि उसके हाथ में टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो उसका उपयोग कर रहा है। आपकी रीच हर कोने में है। एंड आई एम देयरफॉर एक्सट्रीमली डिलाइटेड कि आज जो हमने लॉन्च किए हैं, पंचायत मौसम सेवा बहुत इंप्रेस करेगी मेरे को। Every village panchayat is now having a technological center, which is heavily used now. Footfalls are on the rise day by day. And then मोबाइल ऐप, पहले जाते थे बाहर, देखते थे कि उनके एफएम रेडियो के ऊपर खबर आएगी मौसम खराब होने वाला है, आप रूट बदल लीजिए। This app will be far more efficient. It will involve everyone as beneficiary of the great efforts of IMD. IMD is much beyond just weather forecast. और मैं इसलिए कह सकता हूं कि मैं कृषक पुत्र हूं। वेदर फोरकास्ट के भी बहुत आगे तक बात चली गई है। सेफ्टी नेट, प्रोटेक्टिंग आवर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट, शील्डिंग आवर सिटीजन्स फ्रॉम wrath of nature, and of course extremely useful for our security concerns. We have come a long way. Agriculture से health care तक, aviation से energy तक, it is present in our life and with affirmative stance. Farmers tilling the land to Jawans guarding the frontiers. IMD plays a critical positive role. Unwavering commitment is evident, and it was shown on the television here, screen here. Farmers' income has gone up. And I can assure you and indicate to you on the basis of personal strength that in the farming community, aged men and women who may not have had formal education but are very intelligent use technology as much as we do. They tell the grandchildren, मौसम विभाग की जानकारी ले लो, कितने गर्म कपड़े आपके काम में आएंगे क्योंकि आप घूमने शिमला जा रहे हो. That old woman, Nani Dadi, will tell you. It has embedded, integrated, totally ingratiated with our daily life. Now we have taken great initiatives and the world is praising Bharat. Gati Shakti and Udaan, for both, IMD has played pivotal role. Safe aviation is not possible at all without IMD being 24/7 alert. Even during G20 summit, the success of which has been recognized and acknowledged by the world to an extent that it will be difficult to reach the benchmark put up by Bharat in organizing it. IMD had a great role to play. And we had tough weather. In the realm of health and during COVID, the contribution was no less. I had the occasion to interact with chairman of ISRO, and ISRO has made us proud. Chandrayaan-3 landed on moon at South Pole, a place to which no country has gone. On the surface of moon, we had etched for history Tiranga and Shiv Shakti Point. he told me that we have also contributed hugely to the growth of IMD because we have wholesome, synergetic approach with IMD. We are working in togetherness. We give them inputs, and we are tailoring our product to their requirements. This has made India's IMD as one of the frontline IMD meteorological departments in the world. This is not a small feat. But time now has come where our mindset will have to be pro-disruptive technologies. We have to live with them. We have to harness these technologies for our larger benefit. And IMD has great potential in utilizing technologies like machine learning, crowdsourced data to refine its forecasts and predict extreme weather events with greater precision. I'm looking for a day where IMD can predict what will be weather condition in the two houses of parliament for the presiding officers. I am pretty sure you'll find a way out. Two of my distinguished predecessors in West Bengal, one of them raised the concern, we must do something about earthquakes. We must predict them. I told them the day is not far. IMD, in synergetic stance with other scientific bodies and academia, will do it because it helps us prepare in advance. And if I go to the extent of saying they can predict weather in two houses of parliament, the politician will be tempted, Honorable Minister is here, if IMD can predict weather of election also. When it comes to renewable energy and non-conventional energy, IMD plays a critical role in helping the businessman plan his or her investments, to know what can be the optimal utilization of the natural resource which he or she brings to exploit. What I mean to say, there is no walk of life in which IMD has no role to play. It has role for everyone. And why speak about my experience in West Bengal? Very recently we had cyclone Biparjoy. It has joy in it, as Calcutta has City of Joy. But Biparjoy was a menace. Thanks to IMD inputs, thanks to our preparedness, thanks to our disaster management schemes, coordination amongst various agencies, that large part of IMD's accurate warnings resulted in zero fatality. Zero. The impact extends beyond our borders. Our neighbors in the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea rely on IMD's expertise, as evidenced by praise of Bangladesh and Myanmar received for their minimal casualties during Cyclone Mocha, a testament to IMD's foresight. Let me slightly digress, it is relevant. Our technological prowess is also an important mechanism of soft diplomacy, because relationships are defined by what country has to gain from another in economy. Now it has graduated to a higher level. A gain in technology is also important, and we are part of it. I may remind you that our UPI model is also a facet of soft diplomacy. It has been adopted by several leading countries, UPI, including Singapore. Our ISRO has generated a great diplomatic soft power for Bharat, because ISRO has launched satellites of several countries including the USA, UK, and Singapore. So our technological rise is a most impactful mechanism to give cutting edge to our diplomacy. And that is happening thanks to people like you and others in organizations. Celebration of 150th year is a matter of satisfaction, but it brings a great challenge also, because climate is changing every moment. The threat of climate change looms large. Global efforts are there, but results are not matching. Calamitous events underscore the urgency of innovative solutions. The IMD at the forefront of disaster risk reduction harnesses technology through public-private partnerships and research collaborations to mitigate the impact of natural disasters. Now it is time for us, and fortunately our Bharat is in the front league of nations, and the number is not in double digit, who are engaged in harnessing disruptive technologies. Continuous investment in cutting-edge technology like quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and big data analytics is crucial to enhance forecast accuracy and delve deeper into the complexities of science. Gone are the days where you could make an impact just by scratching the surface. You have to dive deep into it these days. It is a reflection of leadership, farsightedness in Bharat that we have undertaken initiatives more than other countries. Cabinet cleared rupees 6,000 crores for National Quantum Mission to boost research in quantum technology. The mission aims to seed, nurture, and scale up scientific and industrial research and development, create a vibrant and innovative ecosystem in quantum technology. But I would lay a great emphasis, and from this platform, I seek your assistance so that we can unitedly appeal to our corporate world to subscribe to the concept of research and development. If you will look around the world, in developed countries, research and development has been initiated by the corporate world. They have supported institutions like IMD, scientific institutions and academia with fiscal power. I call upon our corporate leaders to handhold institutions like IMD to promote research and development as regards disruptive technologies and their use in disaster risk reduction and management technologies. Let me tell you the economic dimension of what you are doing. If there is no timely input from IMD, there will be loss of lives. There will be huge destruction of property also. Some is unavoidable, but then you can contain it. Livestock, boats and ships on the high seas, that is not only minimized, virtually it is zero because of timely input and of course systemic working of adequate warning. It is soothing to note that it has become our culture to integrate technology in our daily life, and technology which is cutting edge. This prowess has been garnered by the government in every walk of life. It has destroyed corruption. It has secured that the relief reaches to the person direct without intervention of any agency and 100%. And this is also coming to the aid of IMD. Now from artificial intelligence-powered map creation and targeted weather alerts to blockchain-secure data sharing and Twitter's rapid information flow, a potent mix of advanced and established technologies is reshaping disaster response. India's massive digitization and deep technological penetration has enabled and empowered our people. Resultantly, crowdsourcing, social media platforms, and digital fundraising empower the public, while SMS and satellite technology remain vital. I can tell you, machine learning has to be massively used by IMD. When conditions change very fast, the inputs have to be analyzed. The data comes in several mechanisms. Virtually, it's a flood. That technology has to be employed. The dynamic interplay has fostered collaboration, saved lives, and unfolds a promising future for a more coordinated and effective response. The IMD must remain at the forefront of adopting and integrating such innovations to solidify its position as a global leader, which it is bound to be. It is only a matter of time. Our Bharat has emerged as a regional leader already in weather and climate services, sharing its expertise and technological advancements with South Asia, Southeast Asian, and Middle Eastern countries. I have had the occasion to be at Phnom Penh as Vice President. ASEAN countries look up to Bharat for such kind of expertise inputs. Recognizing the interconnectedness of weather patterns and shared vulnerabilities, and which we have, if you look around, our vulnerabilities are nearly the same to climate change. India has forged partnerships and collaborations, extending its support meaningfully, positively, wholesomely to our neighborhood. IMD's contribution to global safety and economic development through its role as regional and global centers for weather and climate forecasting is commendable and well recognized by your peers in developed parts of the world. Look at the trade volume on the high seas. Your role is very critical. And it is being used massively. IMD has fostered a spirit of regional cooperation, nurturing collaborative framework to address climate variability, which we all are facing day in and day out. By extending our weather and climate services to our neighbors and other countries, we not only strengthen regional resilience, but also reinforce India's commitment of being a responsible global player, truly reflecting a sense of our age-old ethos, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. G20 saw it during COVID menace, when the entire world was facing pandemic. A country then of more than 1.3 billion faced the challenge, but also helped more than 100 other countries by co-vaccine method, which is being well recognized by others. Friends, as we move forward, strengthening our capabilities is imperative. IMD must continue to enhance its observational and forecasting systems, collaborate with international partners, and contribute to global efforts in understanding and mitigating the impacts of climate change. To be contemporaneously updated is fine. To use the technology of the day is also fine. But gone are the days when we would look up to the West to make available technology to us. Now we have to lead in that direction. Already efforts are there, but IMD has also to play a great role. Let us stand together, committed to supporting the IMD in its mission, is my call to all sister organizations and the people at large. By investing in research, technology, and international collaboration, we can ensure that IMD continues to evolve and meet challenges of the future. Together, we can harness the power of meteorology for greater good of our nation, its people, and the world at large. Friends, we have come a long way, but we have to remember we have to also go a long way. We have to traverse that area not following someone's technology, but by being technological leaders. And we have to be prepared because dynamics of climate change is varying to an extent that even disruptive technologies may fall short of it. And all of us, therefore, to save the planet, have to act in tandem and togetherness. And I have no doubt Bharat, home to 1/6 of humanity, possessed of most brilliant human resource in the world, with commitment and direction, will give lead to the world. And I wish I may not be around then, but I'm sure my wish will fructify. Bharat at 2047 will be the world's most developed nation, leading the world for harmony, peace, and stability. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for enlightening us with your wisdom and inspiring us with your vision. I would now like to request DGM Dr. M. Patra to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a memento to our dignitaries. May I request you, sir, to present a memento to the Honorable Vice President of India. Thank you, sir, for your appreciating the Indian Meteorological Department for its 150 years of the service to the nation. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of weather and the climate services for various sectors and stakeholders. We present a memento to the Honorable Minister for Earth Sciences. We now present a memento to Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we have come to the end of this event, which has been a celebration of the 150 years of service to the nation by the Indian Meteorological Department. As we conclude the event, may I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain standing in your seats while the Honorable Vice President departs from the hall. Let's put our hands together to thank the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Dhankarji. And ladies and gentlemen, we would now invite all of you to join us for the exhibition organized by IMD and India Meteorological Society. The exhibition is being organized on the first and the second floor. And ladies and gentlemen, that will be followed by lunch from 12:30 p.m. onwards. And we would request everyone to kindly be seated back by 1:45 for the technical sessions to commence. Thank you very much indeed. These technical sessions will be held in this very hall. We are requested to be seated 15 minutes before 2 o'clock. Thank you everyone for kindly attending this event. We wish you all a very happy and a prosperous New Year. Jai Hind.
our chairman has arrived. Please be seated. वो यहाँ बैठे हैं. all are requested to kindly take the seat. Very good afternoon. We are going to start our post-lunch session. That is with panel discussion, stakeholders panel discussion on weather and climate services. We have our panelist, Chairman Sri Ajay Kumar Bhalla, IS, Home Secretary, Government of India, and other panelist member, Sri Kamal Kishore, Head and Member NDMA, Sri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Dr. M. Mahapatra, DGM, IMD, Dr. M.K. Goel, Director, NIH, Roorkee, Professor Indranil Manna, Vice Chancellor, BIT, Mesra, and President, INAE, and Sri Pallava Bagla, Senior Journalist. So I will request now our DGM, Dr. M. Mahapatra, sir, to kindly welcome our panelists with Angabrat. Let us give a big applause. So now I request Sri S.C. Bhan, Scientist G, IMD, to start the panel discussion with the introduction to the panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Good afternoon, everybody. Very eminent panel led by Secretary Home, Sri Ajay Bhalla ji, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Manoj Ahuja ji, Member and Head, NDMA, Sri Kamal Kishore ji, Dr. Goel, Director NIT Roorkee, and Pallav Bagla, very eminent science journalist, and an equally eminent audience here in this hall. Can you play that? I welcome you all to this panel discussion on weather and climate services. At this juncture when IMD is entering 150th year of its establishment, the eminent panel is expected to guide us to the future path of not just next few years, but at least till we become 200 years old. So with this request, I will just introduce a subject very briefly and then request the eminent panel to kindly take over from here. Not can you move to the next? Next, please. Yeah, it's about weather and climate services, which are primarily the aid from the weather and climate information generated by the meteorological agencies to assist the individuals, the organization, the government setup in the society for taking ex-ante decisions for minimizing the losses, maybe to take benefits of the beneficial situations which are arising out of it, and ex post facto actions for evaluations, for feedback, and plowing that information back into the system. And from a very modest beginning in 1875, from monitoring primarily for agriculture purpose and for marine issues because two very severe cyclones hit the Bay of Bengal before the department was established. IMD over the past 149 years has made, I would say, excellent progress in various fields, and now the meteorological information is being applied to various spheres of social and economic activities. Next, please. Next. And these are the sectors for which almost every sector of life is being touched by the meteorological information being provided by IMD now. Next, please. And the process, as we all know, begins with production of information at the meteorological agency and ends up at the end users, the public, the clients, through either the government agency or through various kind of media, including the electronic media nowadays, what we have access to. Next, please. And the components of public weather services, I would say, are broadly, we can divide them into the four aspects. One is the production that starts from meteorological observations, include communication. Nowadays, it's heavily dependent on computational powers, the meteorological computations, generation of weather information for the users. Then the impacts and the actions should also be included in the meteorological information for the users to know what are the potential impacts which could be there on their activities, and what actions should they take to either minimize the losses again or to take benefits of the potentially favorable situations. Then this information needs to be communicated to the users in a way they can well comprehend, they can act upon, and they can understand it better. And of course, awareness is part of all the components. Preparedness has to be there before we take actions, and a feedback, very important mechanism that we plow that experiences back into the service for improving the services further. Some of the issues I will quickly highlight for the four components. The production of weather and climate services needs to be medium specific, target specific, should be impact based, and should include suggested actions. And all these components requires that this information should be co-designed with the users. It should not be individually designed by the Met agencies. It should be designed in discussion with the users so that the user aspects are taken care of, and including the media. Pallav is there. Then challenges regarding impacts and actions, that they should be very clearly mentioned in weather information, again in a language well understood by the people, the users who are there, and following aspects, what to be conveyed, who are the audience that should be considered, how to say the message, and how to convey these messages. They're not working again. You please move it. Okay. And for communication, that communication should include what is happening or what has happened. Will it affect me? What can I do to minimize the impacts? Those needs to be communicated. Though I put it very simply, it's a complex issue. Next, please. And of course, they need to be communicated through media. And education awareness is one of the most important aspects of weather and climate services that helps the users to know well in advance what is to be done in certain situations. Preparedness has to be well in place. Home Secretary, Secretary Agriculture, and Head NDMA are there. They are the prime, managers of all these things. They are well with us. That shows the importance of meteorological information with us. And feedbacks, of course, are important to further improvement of the services. So with these four aspects, I thank all the panelists and would request the eminent panelists to please provide their views on this feedback, and then so that we can put into discussion. So I would request the Honorable Chairman of the discussion to kindly take it over from here. Home Secretary, sir. Somebody has to fix it.
My colleagues on the panel, my co-secretary, Mr. Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Mr. Kamal Kishore, Member NDMA, Professor Indranil Manna, Dr. Goyal, Mr. Pallav Bagla, Mr. Mahapatra, Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. Ravi Chandran. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's quite a nice thing to be invited here for discussion. We have been discussing many things over a period of time with Mr. Mahapatra, Dr. Ravi Chandran, on various aspects of disaster management. And IMD has been playing a major role, and we have seen a remarkable improvement over the years. Last 4.5 years, I have also seen personally the things improving in the leadership of the department. I would say country has actually benefited significantly from the new services or forecasts and all which are being provided by IMD now. Only, you are now completing 150 years, so we perhaps rightly celebrating and sitting here to look at what has been journey of this meteorology and where have we reached and what have been the contributions of various experts and all. We, more as generalists, would definitely like to look at whether our requirements have been fulfilled and what are the upcoming requirements which are going to come up. So, India being a very diverse country, we have geographical and different climatic conditions, different strata, mountains, rivers, coast, all parameters which can lead to disaster are available there in our country at different places. Of course, our farmers rely a lot on the meteorological forecasts. Monsoons is a lifeline for them. So, rightly so, Agriculture Secretary is here. That what are we doing and what do we expect further from this organization to ensure that the extreme weather events, their impact can be mitigated. That's the main thing. Perhaps we can't prevent many of the things or disasters or weather events, but if we know them in advance, perhaps we can definitely take care of this thing. In the recent years, we have seen changes in the global weather patterns also all across. Heavy rain suddenly, and then cloud bursts into different places. Glacial lakes move, sort of outbursting and creating downstream havoc and all. So we need to look at all the strategies in this regard and see what best can be done. So IMD's weather forecasts play definitely a crucial role in day-to-day planning, providing guidance for management of natural hazards, translating early warning systems into actual action also. We all coordinate this, as he rightly mentioned, Home Ministry, NDMA, Agriculture Ministry. Some of the key departments which are sort of, when actual disaster happens, before that we coordinate and we invoke even National Crisis Management Committee and all under the Cabinet Secretary to put all agencies together to deal with. And there IMD plays a very important role because they give forecasts well in advance, and these forecasts have been quite accurate. We have seen huge successes in respect of cyclones, heat waves also, cold waves also. And even with respect to heavy rainfall, IMD has been doing very well. Still, we need to go a long way. We must improve our capacity in terms of early warning and then translating it also for action. Our minister has been taking a very keen interest and has been regularly reviewing this. And he has also been telling IMD that we need to improve even our short-range forecast. Can we bring it to a daily basis? Existing, I think you do a 5 days, but can we do a 7 days this thing? And every day we can improve upon it or something. And early warning system also, he has been taking keen interest, and NDMA has developed, which Mr. Kamal Kishore will definitely mention about that. The common alerting protocol is now being used, the mass dissemination of SMSs, messages to public in general in the area which gets impacted. And it's a very useful thing. All the telecom service providers and all have cooperated with us, and this service is being extended. many disasters which are otherwise visible are one which is least but causes maximum death is lightning. And it happens suddenly, so too much of forecasting is perhaps not possible, but IMD must be complimented for their Damini app. Though the app is very good, it's working very well, it is in the right areas, it gives the correct forecast, but perhaps we in the national level as disaster management authorities or state disaster management authorities and the district magistrates need to popularize it more or need to look at it more. Perhaps the lowest level of government rung need to be sensitized about this. So that's an area where maximum deaths take place in the country when it comes to disaster. We have the very good legal framework under the Disaster Management Act. All of you are aware of this, but I mean, it's almost an 18 years old act. We are looking at amending it. We have asked for various suggestions. Various committees have also looked at it. And we are almost in the final stages to ensure that it further improves our functioning capability to deal with disasters in this country. We also, post 15th Finance Commission, many of you are aware that we have a very robust disaster finance framework also. And now, besides dealing with the post-disaster recovery, we have come to a mitigation systems also. And various areas have been identified and funds have been allocated to deal with these various problems to mitigate them instead of attending to them post-disaster or doing rehabilitation or not, which in any case we do. But mitigation is very important. A good chunk of money has been provided and all of us have been working for its utilization with the states. Different areas, landslides and even glacial lakes and all are being looked at for the mitigation purposes also. We all know that the death toll in the country is actually have come down very significantly because of timely forecasts. But loss of property is also another area of concern, which IMD over the last 1 year, I must again compliment the department, have developed a system of impact-based forecasting. And you can now even, some properties you can definitely save, some things cannot be perhaps saved depending on the quantum or the type of the severity of the disaster. But it's a welcome step. We must compliment IMD for this. Of course, when IMD, Earth Sciences and our National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program, which is working now in 8 states with the World Bank funding, it's a program which has really shown good results in the coastal states and timely forecast as well as evacuation of people now has ensured almost zero casualty. Biparjoy recently on the Gujarat coast was one example where not even one casualty was allowed to happen or it happened. There is still scope for improvement in addressing the gaps in the technologies and all. So all people who are technical people and who are now looking at systems like artificial intelligence and other things must coordinate the efforts in a unidirectional manner to ensure that we all work toward the end of achieving zero casualty, zero death, dealing with the disasters and all. So we must look at the gaps, look at what more we can do in R&D. In participation of private sector also, we should explore the possibility if we can involve them for gaining advantages and whatever international this thing there. So we have the panelist of experts. I would start with, I think the mics have been fixed on the table. So I will walk back and request Manoj first to speak on this agriculture aspects. Maybe we can have a few minutes of presentation by each panelist and then we can take some questions and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shri Ajay Kumar Bhala, Home Secretary, Government of India, my colleagues on the panel, Shri Kamal Kishore, Head and Member NDMA, Dr. Mahapatra, DGM IMD, Professor Indramil Manna, who has joined us online, Dr. M.K. Goel, Director NIH Roorkee, Shri Pallav Bagla ji, Mr. Ravi Chandran, Secretary, Department of Earth Sciences, ex-secretaries, ex-DGMSs, other distinguished scientists who are gathered there. Let me first congratulate IMD on achieving 150 years of presence and contribution to this nation on this day and on this commemoration function. I'm sure the contributions have been significant. I don't know if somebody's written a book on it, but I think it will be very interesting to read at that time what was done and how it has evolved over the years. It would be indeed a very interesting study and also point towards the contribution. You are talking about today the past, present and future. So I, being a consumer, from a consumer ministry, would obviously talk more about the future and what my wish list or a department wish list is towards the future. Perhaps it will throw up some ideas on which we can work together. These last 2 years have been a time when we've seen very erratic weather patterns. And in the country, it's about 50% of the area is irrigated. Rest 50% is rain-fed. And monsoons still play a major role. And therefore, the Kharif season, which is very closely linked with the monsoons, a proper understanding or information about how the monsoons are going to be is very, very important. I mean, if there is uncertainty, it's very difficult for a farmer to take investment decisions or for the department to plan for contingencies. So timely forecasting is something very, very important. And my experience in these last 1 or 2 years is like this year there was a talk of El Nino, and I understand there are 2 other factors like the Indian dipole plus the snow cover in some mountains, which also plays a role. And IMD comes out with a forecast, but there are also other agencies in India who also, private agencies, who also come out with a forecast. So as a consumer, you know, just to hedge my bets, I would look at all the forecasts, but I must admit, ultimately what I found was that the IMD forecast was correct and closest to the event which actually happened, which I think is a very important thing, because information plays a very big role in terms of everybody, in terms of speculators, in terms of commodity markets, not only farmers and the department, and thus getting good, credible, timely information is very important. And I think that's a very core role. A public sector organization, a department which is playing that role is something very, very important which we should do. The other thing why it is so important is the erraticness or the patterns of rainfall which have changed. We've had a heat wave last year which did have an impact on the wheat crop. This year, even though we had a normal rainfall, we saw that both spatially and temporally, it was very different. And if you go down at a micro level, it makes a lot of difference to a farmer or a state government as how to respond to it. And I think that is the need for the hour. Our requirement is, right now for advisories, we have a system of, you have about 199 district agricultural meteorological units spread across. Our real challenge, I think, for the future is to get this information to a very localized level, a panchayat or a farmer. I was reading a study which showed that if a farmer knows about the exact date when the first rains for the monsoons will come, and after that if it is steady, it makes a lot of difference to his investment choice and increases his return significantly, up to 10 to 15%. This I'm just highlighting just to, you know, I mean, focus on the point that correct information and its value to a farmer. So I think that's the stage we have to go. And today we have a lot of information, not only related to climate, but other information which is available, remote sensing and all. I think there's a need for integrating all of this at one place. ISRI, we have remote sensing institutions who are primarily working on remote sensing data. You're working on climate, temperature, other related information. The econometricians who are working on all of this. The people working on AI, ML who are trying to make sense out of all of this. With your rich repository of data of over so many years, I think we need to have a system where all of them come together and use digital means and platforms. Like you have come up with an app, but for a farmer it makes sense only when it is very credible and relevant. Any information which is not, slightly here or there, then he kind of gives up, subscribing to that. So getting that information to that farmer, I think it's a big challenge, but with an interdepartmental approach and different, information sets available, I think we should be able to kind of address this in the coming years. So this aspect, I think advisories where we can integrate this and take it to the farmer is something which we need. Second is we did have a discussion that you have a large number of these weather stations, rain gauge stations. So under our Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana scheme also we have mandated that. So recently UP is putting up in all the panchayats. Karnataka has these automatic rain gauge stations, weather stations at a Hobli level. We have mandated it in the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and we've asked states, we're financing them also, to put these up. So within a year, I think it should, maybe you'll have another 60,000-70,000 stations coming up. We've asked them to connect to a simple platform, but I think IMD should take ownership and put it. It'll need sustaining it, maintaining it, ensuring quality control in the system, and then getting all the data together, making it available, either the analytics or it, or if you want to make it available to the private sector. I think there should be an institution which is equipped and has it as its own, rather than having 4 or 5 systems where different data is coming. Because this information will be useful for your forecasting models, for giving advisories at a very local level, and for other institutions. For example, IAS, RI and all, they would require it, they would use there. So I think that is one request which we wanted. And this would again go into crop forecasting. Right now, we do not have very accurate forecasting models. We do depend on, area, we do get the area, but then we do a crop cutting and then we come out with the yield. But in between, now we have the capability through remote sensing to know something about the crop health, but then getting other parameters into it so that some kind of an estimation of what the yield is would also be very, very useful. Like I said, it will again involve an interdepartmental approach, but that could be one place where we could work on. Plus, like I pointed out, AI/ML models. A lot of data is lying with us, so if we work together with other institutions, we could do it. The other thing which we have done along with your help is, integrated for example, agriculture department still monitors drought. So since every state had to work on it and get those parameters, as per the drought manual, we brought all the indicators together, linked it with APIs at one place. And I'm thankful for IMD to, collaborating with us on that, Ministry of Earth Sciences and Space, who've put it on their portal in SSE. So at one place you have everything. You have all the data on rainfall, you have data on remote sensing, NDVI, LSWI, you have data on, let's say, the reservoir position. We have also asked the Water Resources Department to make it, the system, to make it real time. Right now it takes 4 or 5 months to update their survey data on groundwater by the time which is too late. But I think that's the way we should have. This is an open architecture platform where we have unified data platforms at the national level which are interoperable. So suppose, and that's why there needs to be, at least in the weather system, common standards and protocols. So any department or any ministry or any institution, government institution which is building up systems should make it in a manner which is compatible to it so that data can just flow very easily across each other. So I that's just some points which I wanted to highlight, because I think these are extremely important and will have immediate returns in terms of good investment by the farmers, states and the national government responding in time. Besides, I'm not touching upon those aspects which were alluded to by the Home Secretary. And since I am a consumer, a lot of time every week I spend on your website, and I'm finding it's growing very well. The analytics which are given, the deviation in rainfall, and data at a very granular level. You can go to Tehsil and other places and see what's happening, how much is the deviation. So I just wanted to thank IMD for the wonderful work they are doing. And I'm sure the future is there with immense possibilities. But given your background and expertise, I'm sure we'll be able to deliver that also to the farmers in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoj. It's really very well said. That organization is big enough now to deliver whatever perhaps we need. They have reached that level also. Kamal Kishore ji, our member in DMA, I request him to.
Thank you very much, sir. I will start by congratulating our colleagues from IMD on this wonderful occasion. I would like to personally thank all the Director Generals of IMD, the present as well as previous. It's been wonderful working with you, the secretaries from the Ministry of Earth Sciences. From the NDMA side, I can say that we are a satisfied client, but we would like to be a delighted client. And towards that, there are 4 or 5 things that we have, I would like to articulate as our expectations. But before I do that, I think it is important to pay some sort of a tribute to IMD and say what a fantastic and phenomenal institution it is. We know the kind of services it delivers to the country, but very few people know that the understanding of global climate as it is right now and as it is evolving could not have been possible without the 150 years of work of IMD. You know, El Nino is a household word now. El Nino was studied for the first time by the 3rd DG of IMD. Indian Ocean Dipole is, commonly talked about now. 20 years ago, I know IMD first started to work on it. So it's not just your impact is not just national, but it is really global. And with us at NDMA, you've been really a wonderful colleague, wonderful partner. Home Secretary mentioned about collaboration with NCRMP. Now when a cyclone approaches, say, the coast of Gujarat, Biparjoy cyclone, we are able to not just tell the landfall, but we are able to tell the kind of impact it will have on a fairly granular level in terms of the kind of flooding you can expect, the kind of losses to housing you can expect. So it's really been wonderful. I think 2 years ago, Honorable Home Minister said that, we have to have a more nuanced understanding of heat wave, taking into account wind, taking into account persistence, difference between daytime and nighttime temperature. And, IMD delivered that. We have much more sophisticated forecasts on heat wave now. It's a partner in Common Alerting Protocol, fully integrated. So it's really been wonderful. We are a satisfied client. But in order for us to be delighted, here are the 5 things we would like you to focus on. The first is, I will talk a little bit about heat wave. I think what we are observing in the last decade or so is that the geography of heat wave is changing. Areas which were not known to be prone to heat wave, we are experiencing heat wave. The seasonality of heat wave is also changing. Sometimes it is arriving early, sometimes it's arriving a little bit late. So if you just compare 2022 and 2023, the seasonality as well as geography of heat wave has been different. So how do we get a better understanding of not just what's going to happen this season, but also how the heat wave scenario for the country is panning out? One key aspect of that, particularly for urban areas, is understanding the heat island effect. I don't know how many systematic studies are happening to understand heat island in our cities. Our cities are building at a great pace. There's a lot of concrete, there's a lot of building material, which is affecting the urban meteorology. So I think we really have to make a step change in the way we look at heat wave. It has to be much more granular, but it also has to understand what are the trends, what is the trend over the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. If you look at all the global climate projections, on one aspect there is complete unanimity that India, the subcontinent, Indian subcontinent is going to get hotter. It is going to be one of our biggest disasters in the coming decades. And we really have to take, this to another level. The government is very serious about it. The Prime Minister himself, the Honorable Home Minister himself, reviews preparedness every season for the last several years. So we really have to take it to the next level. The second is that in the last few years, there hasn't been a single year when we haven't had a glacial lake outburst, which means that we have to keep an eye on our glacial lakes. We can, of course, do that from our satellites, but that's not enough. We have 100+ glacial lakes. We have thousands, but we have 100+ that are extremely vulnerable. I think within a few years, we should have the state-of-the-art observation system on those lakes to monitor in real time what is happening to wind, what is happening to snowfall, what is the temperature there, because this will not give you a perfect early warning, but at least it will be a first step to observing what is happening. This year we've had some, in October, November, we've had some really freak instances of +5 degrees centigrade temperature at 15,000 feet on some lakes. So of course that doesn't mean that it will necessarily burst, but it gives you an indication that this lake we need to watch more closely. And once we know that, then we can do more sophisticated, closer analysis using satellite-based images. So that's the second one. How do we keep a better track of what is happening to weather and in the longer time horizon climate in our most risky glacial lakes? My third point is with regards to urban floods. We know that urban floods are completely different from riverine floods. You know, intensity, duration, frequency matter a lot. We need a much higher density of weather stations, rain gauges in our cities to understand in a very, very localized way. So, I mean, what we saw in Chennai in the first week of December this year is quite instructive. We were very successful in forecasting the landfall of Cyclone Mikjong. But the rainfall that was accompanying it, how will that affect Chennai in terms of urban flood? We have to ask whether we were successful in doing that. So we have a program, we are focusing on 7 cities. One of the things we would really like is to improve early warning system for urban floods. That is a completely different process. It's not how you forecast floods in Brahmaputra or Indo-Gangetic Basin. It really requires focused early warning efforts, much greater density of observational network. We have done this in Mumbai. We've done that to some extent in Guwahati, to some extent in Chennai, but nowhere nearly. There isn't a single year when we don't have an urban flood. So that's the third. The fourth is, 4 years ago, Honorable Prime Minister launched the Global Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. All our infrastructure sectors are affected by weather and climate. Just to give you an example, 50,000 kilometers of train track is exposed to extreme heat. Just as we talk, IMD is a major provider of forecast of fog for train operations for this. So we have to develop applications for power, for water, and for transport, particularly surface transport. One can go into much greater detail, but we don't have time. And my fifth ask is, and this is something Agriculture Secretary also talked about, that we really have to work towards localization of our observational system. There are examples from Karnataka and UP. I think we have to sort of encourage that, other states to do that. It is perhaps not possible for IMD to do all of this retail, but at least the hand-holding of states in terms of what the Agriculture Secretary was saying about having standards, interoperability of our database systems. So what is the kind of, I think, from delivering services to also mentoring the states in doing these kinds of things is also something we would like to. So these are the 5 major asks. I just want to highlight one challenge, which is a common challenge, which is about, as the insurance penetration increases, for parametric insurance, data is very important. Standardized data is very important. How are we going to make that available? The other point is that there is an entry of national and international private sector players in it. It's very easy these days to take your data and come up with very beautiful infographics and put it out in the media, in social media, and you're competing with that. So how are we going to make sure, somebody said that invariably we find that IMD forecasts is a notch above whatever else we get. But we want to maintain that, but we also want to see how we engage with the private sectors who you can't stop. They are coming in, but we have to have a proactive strategy to engage with them, make sure that they don't create confusion in the marketplace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamal. I'll request Professor Indranil Manna, Vice Chancellor, BIT Mesra, to sort of join us on virtual mode and part of the panel from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay Bhalla, Secretary Home Affairs, Sri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Dr. Kamal Kishore, Dr. Mahanti, Dr. Goel, Sri Pallab Bagla, I guess Dr. Ravichandran also is around. First of all, congratulations to IMD for their reaching a very important landmark, CESP Centennial or 150th anniversary of their very glorious existence. I'm sorry I'm not able to join in person because of the vagaries of the weather and flight was cancelled last night. Can I have the right to share some slides?
Somebody will have to facilitate that.
I don't know if it is, yeah.
Okay.
I hope it is going to go on full screen. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, so congratulations to IMD again, and let me get started. The world is changing, whether for good or bad, we can't help it. We have to accept in terms of poverty. If we compare ourselves as from a century ago, poverty has been alleviated to a large extent, education has improved, child mortality rate has decreased. A lot of countries are covered by democratic governments. GDP also has undergone an order of magnitude world over. So there are challenges coming in terms of population increase. India houses nearly 18% of the total world population. The forest cover is decreasing, which is a concern. There are issues which we are all aware are, for example, the consumption of the fossil fuel, gasoline consumption. This is really has galloped, and we really are concerned because in about 40 years from now, there'll be no, going by the present rate, there'll be no gasoline left. So there are very major future challenges. Will we be able to feed all? Are we prepared for the climate change induced and natural disasters like floods, cyclones, drought, and so on? There are major uncertainties in terms of demand and supply. The good thing is that India has done exceedingly well in terms of agricultural production, land coverages, milk production. But at the same time, we have challenges coming because of population increase. And also the number of years we are living today is much higher than what it used to be some decades ago. If we look at this general scenario in terms of water availability, by the way, I should have mentioned that I wear two hats. Apart from being the Vice Chancellor of BIT Mesra, I'm also the President of Indian National Academy of Engineering. And my whole discourse is related to what engineering interventions actually are needed to make not only weather forecasting, but even preparedness better. So essentially, I'm talking about the translation from know why, which is scientific approach, to know how what kind of engineering interventions can actually make things better and safer and more secured and sustainable. So in terms of irrigation and percentage sown area, we know Gangetic Plain and Brahmaputra Plain is well fed. But there are many areas in the country which actually has less than 20% of the land area available, which can be used for direct agriculture or sowing. In the western part, in the central part, even in the northeastern part. Climate vulnerability is another major issue. We actually are not only vast and a complex land, but we also see very strange coincidence of flood in one part of the country and drought in another, or a cyclonic storm hitting the coastal areas and making huge damages. So we have to live with this kind of natural events and be able to treat them well or manage them well. So there are classical parameters involved which we need to collect, which are the input parameters for various modeling, simulation, and engineering intervention: temperature, humidity, precipitation, wind speed, wind directions, air density, atmospheric pressure, solar radiation, water vapor. There are also additional data required in the cloud properties, the aerosol, the ocean salinity, various gases, ice melting, the polar or mountain, vegetable phenology, and so on. So this is where the role of IMD for the entire 150 years of its existence has been very, very important. We need various research activities covering physical processes, chemical processes, land, ocean, atmospheric impact studies. But the typical engineering challenges, I want to just spend 1 minute on this. Acquisition and forecasting at fine spatial resolution data. Better emission inventory, maintenance of emission inventory, precise weather prediction, and reliable pollution forecasting. Improved computational power required for proper assimilation of all these data and post-processing to the level of petaflops or even with better speed. Then parameterization schemes for various Indian regions in terms of monsoon system. We need polarimetric radar data for utilization, and we need to understand the uncertainties related to that. The numerical weather prediction model has to be finer. These are all interventions where we need where we actually can utilize a lot of engineering input. The machine learning and artificial intelligence-based solutions are going to come in a big way. And we've just heard the Secretary talking about the SMS-based alert systems and so on. So many of these actually need not be man-managed. This can be machine-managed if we learn well from the evolution of the data and its trend. The accuracy and reliability of the weather prediction and various models has to improve. The glacial outburst or the melting of the glaciers.
Professor Manna, I'm interfering, but just if we can expedite a bit, we are running late in our this thing. Sorry for this.
Sure, no, I just want to spend 1 minute on this. The way forward is the cost-effective field campaign for atmospheric data collection. Instead of balloon, we should use drones, more flux towers, like one situated in BIT Mesra, the Meteorological Tower. We need to install various places for data collection. Then fundamental parameterization. We need a lot of interdisciplinary approaches in terms of modeling, forecasting, and management. So I thought I would just make a mention of these important things. And BIT Mesra has a lot of research activities on this. And I know there's very little time left, so I'll stop here and thank the audience for their patient hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll request Dr. Goyal, Director NIH Roorkee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Respected Chair, all the learned panelists on the dais, all learned secretaries and DGs of IMD present here, all the learned delegates from different organizations, members of the media. I, on my behalf and on behalf of our institute, National Institute of Hydrology, congratulate the IMD for the 150th Foundation Day celebrations and for untiring service to this country. I'm amazed to see the level of achievement made by this institution, which has now covered all walks of life. We also wish them grand success in their future endeavors. As we all know, hydrology deals with the occurrence, distribution, and movement of water in the atmosphere, on the land, and in the below the land surface. It is basically a science of numbers which help to regulate and manage the water resources for the benefit of mankind. And you see, for this hydrological engine, the starting basic key is the IMD inputs. So the most of the basic input for all hydrological studies start with the rainfall and the meteorology. And in that sense, we are the users, the first users of the IMD. The long-term data provided by the IMD spread over the whole country not only helps in estimating the availability of water, various demands, management of floods and droughts, but also helps in establishing the changes and the long-term trends in such data. Especially the availability of long-term 25-degree gridded data set over the country has helped in our studies in accounting for the spatial and temporal variability significantly. Nowadays, lots of database are available not only from the IMD, from different satellites, but also for different land uses, soil types, leaf area index, crops, topography. And as Dr. Manoj also said, that there is a real challenge in integrating all this data to come to a common conclusion. Some examples I am quoting here. Say real-time flood forecasting and management in river basins through optimum management of water resources is a real challenge which can integrate all this data. And secondly, you see that 70 to 80% of the water resources are used by the irrigation sector. And our government has a very high priority for water use efficiency improvement. So in that sense, the real-time management of irrigation water in canal commands, duly accounting for the prevailing crop water demands is a major task in which the IMD inputs can be of great help. Numerical basin rainfall predictions at basin level can help in better management of river basin water resources. Now, I have brought some improvements which are possible for IMD to take up in the future cases. One is densification of observation network in the Himalayas. We have recently carried out one study on National Mission for Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystem. And we carried out this study for Upper Ganga Basin and found that the number of stations need to be considerably enhanced in the Himalayan region, which has very, very high variability of rainfall. Secondly, the filling of gaps in the existing data is also a matter of concern, and I think IMD can do it either with the use of applicable satellite observations or other data processing techniques. Third is that altitudinal variation of precipitation and its types, so whether it's liquid precipitation or solid precipitation, and how it is varying with altitude, and how the other meteorological variables in the Himalayas are changing with altitude, that also needs to be established. Now, one of my friends has quoted that urban flooding is a major area. Nowadays, every year we feel that a number of cities have flooding problems. So in that sense, we feel that if IMD can establish the urban network, especially not at the daily scale, but at the minute scale, the frequency of observations, because urban floods are generated over a period of 1 day only. So for that, which requires very high frequent observations of meteorological inputs, and if we can have separate observation network for our major cities, especially those which are prone to floods, then it can be of great help to the hydrology. Now, one more aspect is we should have, as we are having one country, one election, one country like that, so we should have one country, one database also. We are feeling that lots of data is being generated by different organizations or institutions, either at the project level or at different studies level. Now, it's better if IMD can come up with a comprehensive database of all these studies combined together under one umbrella, so that if anybody is searching for the data, whether it is research grade or any other institution based, so one should be able to get the data at a single point source. One more submission is that the spatial gridded data provided by IMD at 0.25 is of great help to all the scientists. But we are asking for more because CHIRPS data is now available at 0.05 degree or so. So we also wish for more. ये दिल मांगे मोर जैसे होता है. तो हमें भी लगता है कि if the IMD data can be provided at 0.1 degree grid resolution or finer, then it can be of still great help to the country. And finally, the continuous improvement in the accuracy and lead time of forecast for effective management for floods and agriculture is always the need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Goyal. I'll request Shri Pallab Bagda ji for his comments and trying to be a little brief and keeping the time around because the time for next session is almost around.
Balla Sahab, you are a senior. You give me 30 seconds, I am a journalist, I can finish my job in 30 seconds.
I took this opportunity to checking a journalist up front.
Namaskar and thank you very much for calling me to speak on this 150 years of IMD. Thanks to dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. I have been a user of IMD and IMD services for 40% of IMD's time. 150 years, I am 60, 40% I have used it. And close to 30% of the time I have reported IMD work. Very quickly I will say, 140 crore people in India either love or hate IMD, depending on what the forecast is and what the forecast, whether they like or don't like. अगर शादी का मुहूर्त है और पानी बरस गया तो दोनों तरफ से लोगों को परेशानी होती है. तो वो IMD is one organization which has immense potential and use for the country, and we need to be greatly indebted to it. We are all users of some form of IMD data or the other. But very quickly I will say, some points were made on the dais, a little bit about artificial intelligence and machine learning. I am speaking to an audience of people who are weather forecasters and experts. Whatever you do, artificial intelligence, machine learning can never overtake the audience in front of me. The human intelligence which we have here is the best. And we need to be sure, and Bhalla Sahab, and Ahuja Sahab, and Mahapatra Sahab, all of you, make sure they are happy. Because you will never get your forecast which is close to what you want without their intelligence. नहीं तो फिर आपको वो SkyMet वाला ही आएगा. You have to be happy with that. And obviously, I am not somebody who is happy with somebody who is pirating information and taking forward and making it theirs. So we need to be sure that our own IMD is protected. I don't know how, whether you can protect them or not, but we really need to do that. There was also the comment on monsoons. In 3 decades of reporting the monsoon, and there is an audience here whose understanding is far more than mine. And the monsoon man, Sikka Saab, is no more with us, and Rajivan is not here. We still don't understand the monsoon. Correct me if I'm wrong. If this audience feels I'm making something which is wrong, please correct me. If we don't understand what the monsoon is, trying to forecast is very difficult, very difficult. The expectation in the Home Ministry is that on 1st of July, the tap will open and it will start raining. If it doesn't rain, then catch the DG IMD that he gave a wrong forecast. It's not going to work like that, sir. We put in 400 crores on the monsoon mission. We need to spend far more. There was a point when I said we need to stop monsoon forecasting for the next 10 years at least till we understand it. And I made this very publicly and I'm making it here again. Till we understand it, let's stop it. We got into this monsoon forecasting when Dr. Vasant Gowarikar had a golden epoch and he got successful monsoon forecast. So we have been trapped into that. We need to rethink that very carefully. And this is my suggestion from this podium on the 150 years of IMD, that you're in a bind, dein ki nahi dein. Now, sometimes the science prevails, sometimes the policy prevails, and the science has to follow in monsoon forecasting. And people will understand what I'm saying. It is a very complex business. We also need to compliment IMD for so many different things. Last time when Mahapatra Sahab we met, we discussed that you have too many apps. And I'm very happy as a journalist now we'll have to look at one app to give us solutions for many different things. You have different apps. In the same app, Balla Sahab, I would request that you add earthquakes into that. And we need to add into our earthquake forecasting system the P and S wave and the early warning, like the way Japan does. If the same app can be used, it would be very useful for people. I'm always very worried about this impact-based forecasting which was thrust on IMD. And I'm using that word carefully. They are not an organization which can be taken for task, saying if there is a flood in Chennai, then you are responsible because you did not forecast the flood. Sorry. I have looked at Chennai, I have looked at Mumbai floods, and I am being an advocate for people at IMD. Look at the drainage system there. The rains probably have remained the same. It's the drainage system which has gone down. Look at Bangalore. All the lakes which are there in the city have all been constructed over. So whatever forecast IMD may give, it's the planning which is going to be very difficult to take forward. And end of the day, it's people like me who take the message across, and it's very difficult sometimes to comprehend the nuances. And I have reported at a point when IMD was very opaque. It was like a black box and we could not find data, we could not report. But today I can say in the last 2 or 3 Director Generals, we've had a very open system at IMD and they are available day and night literally. That is a very welcome change. And there are not just the leadership, but others are also available. Because you can't expect the leadership always to be available at the end of the phone call. But so many others are available. And that is a very, very welcome change. And the app, I'm sure I haven't used it just now. I will look at it carefully. It's in so many languages. I'll come back to you on the, after beta testing your app and come back on the usefulness. But 800 crore rupees to IMD, and to expect that when India becomes a $5 trillion economy, they can still deliver quality forecast is asking for too much. You need to invest very heavily in IMD and their systems. If you want very accurate forecast and early warning, sir कुछ बोलो, थोड़ा पैसा और देंगे, तब बात बनेगी, नहीं तो बात नहीं बनेगी.
अभी तो मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, आप थोड़ा ब्रीफली खत्म करें तो हम आगे बढ़ें.
अब पैसे की बात आई तो ब्रीफ हो गया सर. नहीं, with this I'll close. I have reported enough of IMD for a long time, and when I report space, people consider me a person from Space Department. If I report nuclear, I become a person from DAE. When I report monsoon, I become a person reporting from IMD. So it is great love and affection for Indian science which I have carried forward, and with that flow, whatever I have said should be accepted and seen, and not as something which is attacking an organization or advocating for an organization. If India has to grow, then our forecasting and early warning systems have to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bagla. You championed the cause of IMD very well. We have the last speaker of the panel, Mr. Mahapatra, had to go in between for some call. So, Dr. Mahapatra, quickly, you are the sort of host also, and
Yes, sir.
you have to take care of the time and next session also.
Yes, sir. So respected Chair, Honorable Home Secretary Sri Ajay Bhalla Sahab, and distinguished panelists in the dais, and distinguished delegates and leaders of the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, as Chairman Sir told, I am representing the early warning service provider. So therefore, I will not speak those have been spoken so far. I just want to say that the basic philosophy what we have come off worldwide is that the early warning should reach each and every person of the country. And India is fortunate enough where 80 to 90% of people get the early warning, except very inter areas like say deserts or the hill areas in the Himalayas, or sometimes in many interior tribal areas in Jharkhand or Odisha or somewhere else, then the deep seas. So we are working towards that in a collaborative manner with all organizations in the country, and we have been successful to introduce many new technologies, starting with NAVIC and Gagan Seva, also with Indian Space Organizations and Ministry of Earth Sciences. So that is one of the goals, that we should reach out each and every person. At the same time, India is expected to help other countries also. So India is committed to help in the United Nations clarion call, that is early warning for all, by 2027. And here we gave the call, Har Har Mausam, Har Ghar Mausam. So the two are working each other, and we will be helping the countries, starting with Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, Bhutan, and also Mauritius in South Indian Ocean. So in that we will be playing, and we have to play a crucial role. But IMD alone cannot do all these things. We have to come up with, as Chairman Sahab told, public-private partnerships, stakeholders engagement, research and academic organizations, etc. We have to work together. The second point I will say, sir, about impact-based forecast. The impact-based forecast, it is just a beginning, I will say, and it has been very well demonstrated in cyclones, sir. We have come off, thanks to NDMA, and we have been partnered. The system is kept in IMD, and we provided last year the cyclone Viparja, village-wise information is provided, and risk financing is impossible in the recent time. It is impossible because forecast accuracy is increased, and with the improvement of forecast accuracy, we are planning for impact-based forecast. We have introduced for this one. Heat wave also a large success towards that impact forecast, heat action plan, etc. Heavy rainfall, we are working towards that, and we have involved all the remote sensing agencies, including ISRO and others, and state government also. All are working towards that. So just like NCRMP has been successful, we have to go for similar project for each and every severe weather in the country, so that we can have the slogan, early warning and early action. Early action in the country has been, you can say, a huge success. It is an example. I will tell you, in the last World Meteorological Congress held in Geneva in the month of May and June, we are asked to highlight the performance of cyclone warning services as an early warning and early action example. I took the privilege of Cabinet Secretary and the Principal Secretary to Prime Minister and our Home Secretary, Member Secretary NDMA, all have given the bites about that, and it has been a huge success. It has been shared with all the countries in the world. But however, we have to go a long way. We have to go for a high resolution digital database for geospatial information, and socio-economic attributes has to be converted into all digital data, be it drainage system, or be it population, be it houses, or be it something else, livestock, etc. So that point I will tell. Then third point I will highlight, that is the disaster resilient infrastructure. So we have come up a long way. Now, as Chairman Sahab telling, sometimes we are not able to minimize the losses because we don't have disaster resilience infrastructure. Early warning system plays a dominant role in disaster resilience infrastructure, but there are other components also. So here also, all stakeholders present here and beyond have to work together so that we can ensure a disaster resilient infrastructure, disaster resilient society, and the community. Then the last point, sir, I will tell, that is mainstreaming the weather and climate information. So so far, we've been very successful, as Manoj was telling, in agriculture to a large extent. Yes, there are gap areas. We'll be addressing to that. So there has been some kind of compatibility and hand-holding and collaboration, many public-private partnerships, starting with MS Manatha Foundation or Reliance Foundation, or even now today, the Green Alert, what we have launched today. So, and also there has been central state, universities, academia, R&D, all have been involved in agro-meteorological services. Like that, disaster risk reduction. This is another successful story. These are the two successful stories. So like that, for every sector, be it health, or be it environment, or be it hydrology also, it is a success story. We have come up with that, but we have to still go a long way, considering all the challenges from urban floods and flash floods and cloud bursts, etc. So there is enough scope where we can mainstream, just like we are mainstreaming DRR, we have to mainstream weather and climate information each and every activity, some kind of policy plan. So for last one, sir, I will tell you, we have to bring out some kind of MET policy. It is not within IMD alone. The MET policy will address all the components in impacts with respect to meteorology in the country. Sir, thank you very much. Because of lack of time, sir, I will stop here.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra. Thank you. Any quick question or anything? Of course, some questions on your behalf, Mr. Bagla has already asked. But anything else you want to? Please.
My specific request or response is to Secretary Agriculture, who lauded the use of meteorological information in agriculture sector. We are operating a Agromet Advisory Service, and it's doing very well. I'm given to understand that for non-disbursement of funding some issues, the district agromet field units are being closed. And I think maybe IMD and Ministry of Earth Science, they need your support. This is such a beautiful program we have. On the one hand, we are speaking so good about economic impact, and on the other hand, just because we are not able to streamline our financial disbursement mechanism, we are closing the system. This will be really very bad. Kindly take note of Home Secretary is here, Agriculture Secretary is here, and DMA is here. My earnest request, kindly support Ministry of Earth Sciences. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. We'll definitely take it up. Please. Please introduce yourself also.
I am Professor O.P. Sharma, retired from IIT Delhi. And I heard very keenly Pallav's discourse. You agree with me? Can I call you Pallav Baglaji? I think without elaborating much, I would say he emphatically said, we don't understand monsoon. I would only say that you can jump over to, because we understand monsoons, the world is understanding the climate. Kindly, please.
Thank you. Please, quickly, I think let's put it as a last question because next session people are waiting.
Namaskar sir, I am DC Rana, I am Director cum Special Secretary Disaster Management Government of Himachal. Sir, my point is with respect to the devastation which Himachal experienced this monsoon. More than 500 people lost their lives and more than 10,000 crore loss state like Himachal suffered. Sir, after the 99 super cyclone, India put in one of the best cyclone tracking system in place. Same happened after 2004 when Indian Ocean tsunami hit the country. Best tsunami monitoring system. So Himalayas also required a huge quantum jump in terms of monitoring and forecasting. We lack adequate monitoring and forecasting system for weather, for floods, and for other hazards which Himalayas face. Sir, if we look at Himachal with such a huge geographical conditions, we have just 27 automatic weather stations in the entire state. Few rain gauges by the IMD, hardly any snow gauge, sir. Hardly any snow gauge from IMD in this state. One of the suggestions to improve the monitoring network and which will result into better forecasting, we just mapped, there are around 708 monitoring network by different agencies. For example, there are 559 weather networks in the state by different agencies, by agriculture, by DGRE and others. We have been trying to get the data and give it to IMD, but if lead is taken by the central agency from here, so all that data can come to one agency, forecasting agency like IMD, CWC and others, and it will definitely improve our observation and forecasting. So we have been helping, but I think the lead from the central government would be very good. Apps like Sachet, sir. Sachet has to be, made more rich by adding other, for example, lightning. So instead of having Damini, why Damini cannot be integrated into Sachet? Same will happen with other things also, sir. These are some of the suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must thank the audience for participation. Thank the panelists, including Professor Manna, who is on virtual mode with us, for very important things which we have been able to sort of discuss, pointed out. At the end of it, I would say IMD has really come up in last 150 years to this point. But in words of our PM next, Amrit Kal is very, very important. And what we should attempt, which your department must be doing, to pitch ourselves as the best in the world by 2047 or maybe much earlier than that. We definitely have learned a lot of lessons, and he pointed out also that world is learning climate from us, and the kind of diversity India has got, and whether this thing or geographical this thing, it's unmatching. So we have equally bigger responsibility also for achieving something on the top. So we should pitch ourselves to this level that we reach the top and achieve that at the earliest. All other things are smaller things and resources and all. Departments have always been saying, when I was also not in MHA, as power secretary used to crib, why don't you put more forecasting stations so that the dams immediately can be forecasted, when are the gates to be opened, all those things are there which people have done also over a period of time. But I think a lot more needs to be done, and any support, anything which we need, of course, we remain in touch with Mr. Mahapatra as well as Secretary Earth Sciences, but anything, this thing is, we commit all support to it. The suggestion about that agriculture thing also, Agriculture Secretary mentioned something. We need to perhaps take it up further with finance and all. So we will all, good that such suggestions have come, but under your leadership as Secretary of Sciences and Mr. Mahapatra, you need to sort of pitch it as the best in the world in the years to come. Thank you very much. Thanks, my panelists.
Thank you, sir, for conducting this session. And before we conclude, I would request our Director General of Meteorology to kindly felicitate the chair. I would request our DG to kindly felicitate Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Kindly felicitate Shri Kamal Kishore ji, Head and Member NDMA. Kindly felicitate Dr. M.K. Goel, Director, NIH, Roorkee. So I am honored to present the vote of thanks on behalf of IMD. Our sincere thanks to Shri Ajay Bhallaji, Home Secretary, Our sincere thanks to Shri Ajay Bhallaji, Home Secretary to Government of India, for accepting our invitation and for being with us despite of very busy schedule. Thank you, sir, for chairing and conducting this interesting and highly informative panel discussion. I would like to express our profound gratitude to Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, for sharing valuable time and thoughts with us. Thank you, sir. And we assure you, sir, that we will work on your wish list sincerely. I thank Dr. Kamal Kishore ji, Head and Member NDMA, for enlightening us with his thoughts. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, sir. And, sir, we are working on urban meteorology, and we started with one city, and now we have covered almost 150 cities. And our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Indranil Manna, who joined through VC. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the challenges and way forward. Our sincere thanks to Dr. M.K. Goel, Director NIH Roorkee, to be part of this panel discussion and suggesting measures to improve hydrological monitoring and forecasting. Thanks to very senior science journalist, Shri Pallav Baglaji, for putting up very frank suggestions and ideas. And in the last, I would like to thank our Director General, under whose supervision all this program is being organized. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So first of all, before starting up the session, so it is requested everybody please take their seat. पैनलिस्ट उधर ही बैठेंगे, एक एक करके आएंगे, पैनलिस्ट नहीं है, 6 लोग. Yeah, in this session there are 6 eminent speakers who will be speaking on. Shall we start that? Shall we start or gap करना है? 5 मिनट. बोलेंगे नहीं. टाइम ले लेते हैं. बोलेंगे तो गैप लगाए तो ये हो जाएगा ना. सब तो लोग चले जा रहे चाय पीने. चाय रखा है क्या अभी? बाहर चाय रखा. तो इसलिए तो बाहर चाय रहे, ये तो टीवी दे दीजिए 10 मिनट चाय ब्रेक करेंगे. नहीं तो सब जा रहे हैं. सर अभी एक बार क्या है ना, चाय ब्रेक दे दिया तो yes, yes. Okay, okay. Okay. 5 minutes. ठीक है, ठीक है. Okay. So dear friends, actually in this session there are 6 eminent speakers who will be speaking on various aspects of IMD's history during the last 150 years. That will include IMD's historical evolution during the last 150 years, importance of meteorological services for socio-economic development in the country, and evolution of future technologies that is necessary for weather and climate services. And this will be followed by a panel discussion. Now I will invite the chair and the speakers. I invite Chairman Air Vice Marshal Dr. Ajit Tyagi Saab, former DGM and PRWMO, and he is currently Senior Advisor at Integrated Research and Action for Development, New Delhi. Our co-chair is Professor UC Mohandi. He is the Distinguished Professor at Center for Climate Smart Agriculture of Shiksha O Anusandhan, deemed to be university. And today's lecturers are Dr. R.R. Kelkar, former DGM, IMD and PR of India with WMO. He is a well-known, he is a freelance writer, blogger, speaker on weather, climate and spirituality. And the next lecturer is Dr. L.S. Rathore, former DGM, IMD and PR of India with WMO. He is a well-known agrometeorologist and played a leading role in setting up the weather-based agriculture advisory services in India. Currently, he is an advisor with the World Bank. Then Dr. Mohapatra, DGM IMD. And on the online, we are having two well-known speakers, Dr. Andy Brown, Director of Research at ECMWF. He has over 25 years experience of performing and leading research and of translating research output into operational model improvements. And he will be joined by Dr. Brian Gross, Director of NOAA's Environmental Modeling Center, EMC, USA. Brian has an in-depth expertise in model development and vision for the future of community modeling. And finally, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, MOES. As we know, he was a Director, NCPR Goa, scientist in IITM, NIOT Chennai, and INCOIS Hyderabad. He has coordinated several missions to Antarctica and Arctic. Now we will start the session. For this purpose, I invite Chair and Co-Chair for their introductory comments. The dais is to Chairman Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir. Sir, you can. Rathore Saab, Ravichandran Saab, please come to the stage. Sir. Yeah, so we will request DGM to give Angavastra to all our chair and co-chair and panel. Dr. Mohapatra. Sir. So first to our chair, Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir. First to our chair, Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir. Okay. Sir, yes, sir.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Is it okay? No?
No.
Okay.
Up now.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, and I have a great pleasure and honor to chair this session with Professor Mohanty as a co-chair. We have got 6 eminent speakers on a very important theme of past, present and future of the IMD, and all 6 are eminent speakers. They need no introduction. Brief introduction we have given, but we could have spoken pretty long of their achievements and contribution to the IMD. There is a slight change in the scheduling of these presentation because of we have got 2 speakers online and their time slot is there. So we'll have first presentation by Dr. Kelkar Sahib, followed by these two presentations by Andy Brown and Brian Gross. And thereafter we have, of course, the presentations from Dr. Rathore Mahapatra. Okay, and we start with the online address by the Secretary General. So she is Professor Celeste Solo. She's from Argentina, first woman Secretary General, and she has been kind enough to give her address on this important occasion of IMD's 150th year.
Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Hardeep Dhankar. Honorable Second Lady of India, Dr. Satish Dhankar. Sri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Union Minister of Earth Sciences, Dr. Mishra, Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister of India, Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, Dr. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, India Meteorological Department, and Third Vice President of the WMO. Former Secretaries of Ministry of Earth Sciences and former Directors General of IMD, retired and working IMD officials, distinguished scientists and experts from India, friends from press and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I extend warm greetings and heartiest congratulations to the Indian Meteorological Department on the occasion of its 150th anniversary. While the World Meteorological Organization was established in 1873, the India Meteorological Department took its first steps in 1875. As a permanent member of the WMO since its inception, IMD has played a pivotal role in shaping policies, planning, and executing various WMO programs globally and regionally. IMD has commendably promoted various initiatives of the WMO to better serve societal needs, enhance Earth system observations and predictions, advance targeted research, and bridge capacity gaps. The UN WMO initiatives, such as early warnings for all, impact-based forecasts, multi-hazard early warning systems, common alert protocol, capacity building, and the Greenhouse Gas Watch initiative have received full support from the IMD. Notably, IMD serves as a peer advisor for the implementation of early warning for all. As a regional specialized meteorological center for tropical cyclones, IMD advises WMO ESCAP panel countries. Additionally, it acts as the regional specialized meteorological center for severe weather guidance for heavy rain, strong winds, and waves, as well as the regional center for South Asia flash flood guidance. IMD serves as a regional climate center, providing seasonal forecasts to South Asia through the South Asia Climate Outlook Forum. In addition to real-time weather and climate forecasting, India contributes to capacity building across the region for meteorologists, climatologists, researchers, and stakeholders. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the meteorological community in India for its contributions to the science of meteorology, particularly in monsoon prediction, cyclone prediction, environmental monitoring, air quality forecasting, polar meteorology, climate change aspects, and innovations like Southern Oscillation and the Indian Ocean Dipole. IMD's history is one of precision and continuous progress. I am confident that IMD will further contribute to the development of a global disaster resilient society, a weather-ready, a climate-smart society by supporting other nations, especially the least developed countries and island nations. A special congratulations to Dr. Mohapatra, PR of India, affectionately known as the Cyclone Man, for his exemplary leadership in meteorological and hydrological services. and his expert contributions in enhancing weather and climate science and services, not only in India, but also as the third Vice President of the WMO and as the chair and expert members of various committees. Looking forward to continued contribution from India and IMD in the implementation of UNWMO's initiatives for early warning and early action for all and other strategic plans to better serve societal needs, thank you all and congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Silo, for your kind words. And with these encouraging words, a lot of expectations from IMD, which we are going to now take up. We start with the first presentation by Dr. Kelkar Sahib on historical perspective of IMD. And there couldn't have been a more learned and experienced personality than Dr. Kelkar, who was there when 100 years were completed. So last 50 years, he has been actively involved in the IMD's progress. And earlier 100 years, his historical perspective is very deep. So, Professor Kelkar.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi. It's a very distinguished audience on the stage and in the hall. My namaskar and pranam to everybody. Can we start with the first slide? Sorry. Fine. This is the title one. The theme is IMD at 150, a historical perspective. This is not a chronology of events in the order in which they happened. We will be talking about people, places, institutions, science, technology, and how all of them interacted over 150 years to make IMD what it is now. IMD's history began on 15 January 1875 in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai. And this is how Bombay looked like at that time. You can see the Bombay High Court, the university, and the secretariat. And a person named Henry Francis Blandford sailed into this city from the United Kingdom, from England. And he was a geologist turned meteorologist. Blandford had come to India in 1855 with a degree of the Royal School of Mines in London. He joined the Geological Survey of India, didn't like it very much, to our advantage. And then he started teaching physics in Calcutta in the Presidency College. In 1864, he developed an interest in meteorology so much that he became almost a meteorologist. He was appointed the Provincial Meteorological Department of Bengal. Blandford was asked to create IMD. The British were fond of pompous titles, and Blandford was chosen to be the Imperial Meteorological Reporter to the Government of India. I would have liked to have such a title. He assumed charge of this new post in Bombay. When IMD was not there, it was to be created on 15 January 1875, which is when we celebrate IMD's Foundation Day today. Blandford started touring the country and made a vision document, which was accepted by the government, and IMD formally came into existence on 27 September 1875. The British had a natural fascination for observatories, geomagnetic, astronomical, meteorological, and so on. But there were a lot of meteorological observatories already in operation before 1875, like the East India Company, the provincial governments, Survey of India, railways, port trusts, all of them had. There were amateurs and enthusiasts, like college professors, medical doctors, even Christian missionaries, and there were Maharajas who had their own observatories. So the first astronomical observatory came up in Chennai, Madras then, in 1796. The meteorological one came a few years later. And in 1841, there was a geomagnetic observatory in Colaba, in Bombay, now Mumbai. The same year, there was a meteorological observatory in the same place. In 1841, there was another observatory in Trivandrum, Thiruvananthapuram now, which was not a British observatory, but one that was set up by a young Maharaja, Raja Balarama Verma, who was a progressive ruler, and he was patronizing arts and sciences. In 1829, the Survey of India set up an observatory in Calcutta on Park Street. And the man in charge was one Radhanath Sikdar. He was a unique person because he had calculated the height of Mount Everest, but never got the credit for it. So he was in charge of the Met Observatory for 10 years. The first Indian to join IMD was one Lala Ruchiram Sahani. He joined IMD in 1885 in Calcutta, worked for a while, and then went to Simla. But he didn't like it very much. He wanted to teach. So he left IMD and in 1887 became a professor at the Government College in Lahore, from where he had come. Interestingly, his son, Birbal Sahani, became a renowned paleobotanist. The second Indian to join IMD was Lala Hemraj. He joined later in 1887. He liked IMD and worked for a promotion to the post of imperial meteorologist. He died while in service in 1920. The first two Indian directors general, many people were taken into IMD in the 1920s. Two of them were Dr. S.K. Banerjee and Mr. V.V. Soni. Dr. Banerjee became the DG of IMD before independence, while the British were still there, and Soni succeeded him. The IMD had different names at different times. It began with the Imperial Meteorological Reporter to the government in 1875. During the time of John Elliot, the name was changed to Director General of Observatories, implying that IMD was a network which had to be managed. Much later, in 1975, Y.P. Rao became the Director General of Meteorology, implying that it's a science department and service comes next. 1875, IMD started its work in Calcutta. The first observatory came in 1877. It got its building in 1899. Simla was the summer capital of colonial India. People found it very hot in Calcutta, so every summer they went to Simla. After summer, they came back to Calcutta. So IMD went from Calcutta to Simla to back every year, got tired of it, and decided to stay put in Simla for the rest of the time. So by 1905, IMD moved to a small bungalow named Constantia, which is still there. It houses the Young Women's Christian Association, and IMD had to leave that, went from place to place, finally decided that Simla was too cool, and Pune was better. It was a place of culture, had good climate, and they built this imposing building, magnificent one, which is there in Pune, and known as the Simla office. Much earlier than thought of, 1944, IMD decided to move to Delhi. They were in that small building which is still there. By 1975, Mausam Bhavan came up. IMD always had two core activities, monsoons and cyclones. The oscillations of the monsoon between droughts and floods, and the impact of the cyclones on the coast. So the first long-range forecast came from Henry Blandford in 1886. It was based on only one parameter, the Himalayan snowfall. It was something like an essay in beautiful language, quite qualitative. Sir Gilbert Walker was mentioned some time back. He was the DG for 20 years. And sitting in Simla, he got data from the whole world, because the British Empire ruled the whole world and getting data was easy. And he established correlations of the monsoon with something like 100 global parameters. He discovered the southern oscillation, with which we now link El Nino and call it ENSO. The Walker circulation is named after him. For a long time, long-range forecasting remained a low-key affair, until 1988, when Dr. Vasant Govarikar, Department of Science and Technology, came into it, and he led an IMD team to make what came to known as the 16-parameter statistical model. This worked well for 13 years. The monsoon also complied for 13 years, remaining normal, but in 2002, it failed to predict the drought. This model brought credibility to IMD. People became aware of what IMD is. After the failure in 2002, IMD took up modeling in various ways: statistical, dynamical, probabilistic. And in 2012 came the monsoon mission, which strengthened all of these activities. Cyclone prediction, there are two contrasting maps on this. One is dated 1880, which is a piece of paper on which the stormy weather areas are identified. Thousands would perish in this type of cyclones. On the right-hand side, you have a very sophisticated track of cyclone Biparjoy. Several days in advance, loss of life was almost zero. In 1962, IMD decided to study tropical meteorology in greater detail and set up its own unit in Pune with Dr. P.R. Pisharati as the director. Later, it became an autonomous institution, the IITM. Dr. Nanabhai Moose was a geomagnetic expert, and he worked at the Colaba and Alibag observatories for a long time. Finally, this activity became a new institute, Indian Institute of Geomagnetism at Panvel. IMD had telescopes at Kodaikanal for looking at the sky. This became astrophysics in its own way. And with Dr. M.K. Vanubapu as the director, Indian Institute of Astrophysics became a separate institute in 1971. Dr. P.K. Das, when he was the DG, numerical weather prediction came into IMD. It grew into a separate center, the NCMRWF, which is in Noida. When Dr. Das was the DG, he created the Center for Atmospheric Sciences as a part of IIT Delhi. It is flourishing. Dr. A.N. Tandon was a renowned seismologist. He was a colleague of Professor Richter, whose name we now know as the Richter scale. Seismology grew in IMD, and finally we have the National Center for Seismology in Delhi. Dr. K.R. Ramanathan joined IMD in 1925, and he did pioneering work in ozone, when nobody knew what ozone was. He became the director of the Physical Research Laboratory on the invitation of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. Dr. P.C. Mahalanobis was a scientist, also a meteorologist in Alipur, and he set up his own Indian Statistical Institute in Calcutta. 6 of IMD's scientists have been awarded with national honors. The Padma Vibhushan went to Dr. K.R. Ramanathan and Dr. P.C. Mahalanobis. The Padma Bhushan to Dr. P. Koteshwaram and Dr. M.K. Vanubapu, and Padma Shri to Dr. P.R. Pisharoti and R. Anant Krishna. In 1950, India joined the World Meteorological Organization as a founder member. And 3 of IMD DGs have been WMO Vice Presidents, Dr. P. Koteshwaram, Dr. N. Sen Roy, and Dr. Mahapatra sitting here. IMD participated in several expeditions and experiments, mainly the International Indian Ocean Expedition, IIOE, in 59-60, the monsoon experiment in Monex 79, and many others. IMD's Antarctic connection dates back to 1910, when George Simpson, who was a Britisher, was working at Simla in IMD, and between 1910 and 1912, he was a member of the expedition to the South Pole, led by Robert Falcon Scott. He unfortunately perished in that expedition. So George Simpson had carried meteorological instruments from India to Antarctica. When he came back, he became the chief of the UK Met Office. IMD's Antarctic connection was reinforced in 1982, when 2 of our people, A.K. Sharma and Ken Katiyar, landed on Antarctica on the Polar Circle ship. And in the 20th Indian Summer Expedition, Estella was the first woman member from IMD to be part of that. Talking of women, in 1948, Anna Mani joined IMD as the first woman meteorologist, and she became a renowned instrumentation expert. Many women later on joined. We have Dr. Narendran Jayanti sitting here. She was additional DG in 2006-07, and Dr. B. Amudha was the winner of the WMO Willow Vaisala Award in 2016 for technological excellence. In 1948, we had only 1 woman scientist in IMD. Today, the workforce of IMD has 15% of women. IMD has come a long way. We have been hearing this since morning. 1875, this is how temperature was measured. An observer went into a hut. The hut had thermometers hanging from the roof, and 1 hour later, 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees. 6 degrees, 7 degrees, 8 degrees, 9 degrees, 10 degrees, 11 degrees, 12 degrees, 13 degrees, 14 degrees, 15 degrees, 16 degrees, 17 degrees, 18 degrees, 19 degrees, 20 degrees, 21 degrees, 22 degrees, 23 degrees, 24 degrees, 25 degrees, 26 degrees, 27 degrees, 28 degrees, 29 degrees, 30 degrees, 31 degrees, 32 degrees, 33 degrees, 34 degrees, 35 degrees, 36 degrees, 37 degrees, 38 degrees, 39 degrees, 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, 43 degrees, 44 degrees, 45 there was a thatched roof to cover the thermometers from rain and shine. Then came the Stevenson screens in 1930. Finally came the automatic weather station, which you have in plenty in now. The first balloon observations were taken in 1914. Now we have balloon observations everywhere, including Antarctica. The first weather radar came at Dum Dum Airport in 1954. Then came the first cyclone detection radar on Dolphin's Nose in Vizag. And finally, the first Doppler weather radar started 2002. IMD got satellite pictures from Russian and American satellites in 1965. 1982, India got its own INSAT satellite. So what the nation needs, IMD provides. In the 19th century, the priority areas were shipping and agriculture. In the 20th century, there were new priority areas: civil aviation, flood management, and tourism. And in the 21st century, there were new priority areas again: disaster mitigation, energy exploitation, health, and air pollution. So what the nation needs, IMD provides. What do we learn from history? This is my last slide. First thing, IMD was very quick in discarding its colonial legacy. Secondly, it has always has India in its name. It has India in its heart. IMD scientists were pioneers and visionaries, and something like 8 scientific institutions grew out of IMD. I will say that IMD has been an engine of growth. Finally, I'll conclude by saying that IMD has contributed to the nation's priority. I'll end this little talk with wishing IMD a bright future, and I finish it with my prayers and blessings. Thank you very much.
Dr. R. Kelkar for an excellent overview of the road IMD passed through before even establishment of IMD and after that till today. So I sincerely thank him for his very nice presentation. Then we have to move to our presentation, second presentation, and that we are going for online presentation. Is it linked now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. And so it is my great privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Andy Brown, Director of Research at ECMWF. He has over 25 years of experience in performing and leading research and translating research outputs into operational model improvements. In fact, actually, we established in India NCMWF. At the initial stage, NCMWF was one of the organizations along with NCEP to help us to establish NCMWF for meteorological agro advisory systems for India. So I invite Dr. Brown for his presentation.
Okay. Can you confirm you can hear me first, please?
Dr. Andy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'll try and share my slides. And are you seeing my slides now? Thank you. Okay.
Yes,
well,
yes,
first
please
of all,
go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very sorry I can't be with you in person, but it's a real honor to participate in your celebration and be reminded of just how much IMD has contributed both in India and to the global society. In fact, next year, we're going to celebrate at ECMWF, we will be 50 years old. And we thought we were quite old, but I understand now that we're very young compared to your exciting history. So this is quite an old slide from WMO, just reminding us just how much loss of life and of money there is due to weather-related disasters. And and potentially that could get worse with climate change and a growing population. But of course, early warnings issued by the likes of IMD just make such a huge difference in reducing those losses, evacuating vulnerable populations, and as part of the wider WO early warnings for all. So I'm really just sort of reiterating the previous speakers of just what a huge societal value there is of what you do. And so we as the global NWP community are trying to give you the best inputs, let you keep doing
your
great work.
slides is not moving. I think we have to move or you have to move.
Oh, okay. Shall
Yeah, it is not moving.
I just talk without slides? I can just talk. Okay, if you can hear me, I'll just talk through. So numerical weather prediction has come a huge way. You may have heard the phrase a day per decade improvement. And when we say we're a day per decade better, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, and we cannot see, we can see you very well. Connection is very...
Yes, I will just talk without slides.
Yes.
So we say that the forecast gets better at a day a decade. So what we mean by that is a 5-day forecast in 2020 is as accurate as a 3-day forecast was back in 2000. And I think that's a huge achievement of science, but more importantly, it's giving the early warnings so that you can, institutes like IMD, have longer to give the warnings, letting society take more action. And we know there's a number of different things that make weather forecasts better, and many of these have been touched on by the speakers already. First of all, more and better observations, whether it's the local weather stations, the radiosonde stations, the exchange of information from aircraft, and increasingly the use of satellite data. That's a huge contributor to our forecasts. We've also had bigger computers over the years. The bigger and bigger supercomputers let us do more and more ambitious simulations. We were talking earlier about the desire for local granularity. So the ECMWF forecasts are now covering the whole globe with a grid that's 9 kilometer squares. So we're forecasting the weather for 900 million grid points. And we're doing that 50 times in an ensemble system. So we need better observations. We need bigger computers. But also, linking back to something that one of the earlier speakers said, the single thing that's been most important has been better science. So we need the infrastructure, we need the observations, we need the computers, but we need the people to know how to use the computers to encapsulate our knowledge of the atmosphere in these models, to use data better. So the clever scientists and the partnerships that we have around the world is absolutely enormously important. And I have a figure here showing ECMWF's collaborations globally and all the papers we've published with scientists around the world. And I'm pleased to say that there's a very large bubble for India. So, strong players in the international science community who we're very pleased to collaborate with. I was just going to pick up on some of the sort of current and future directions. And I think this sort of maps onto some of the points that were being made by the previous speakers about the desires for what we want to do better and what would help IMD in its role. So first of all, I think the continued push to higher and higher granularity. If we look back in 1990, we were forecasting with about 200 kilometer granularity in the global models. Now we're at 9 kilometers. We also don't just run it once. We run these systems 50 times, the ensemble systems, to try and give the risk of severe weather, to deal with chaos by having these risk-based systems. So a huge focus on getting more granularity and the risk. Another change over the years, which continues, is perhaps 20 years ago, our ambition was to get the broad scale weather pattern right. As various of the speakers were saying, most decisions aren't made in response to the broad scale weather pattern. They depend on the local precipitation, or is there going to be a flood in Chennai? Oh yeah, if you go down to, keep moving down, I see somebody sharing my slides. Oh, no, stopped again. But next slide, please. And one more. So yes, as I was saying, maybe 20 years ago, our focus was to get broad scale measures of the weather right. The focus is much more now on the really user relevant quantities, whether that's near surface things like precipitation and temperature, or going a step further, as the earlier speakers were alluding to, of not just doing the meteorological quantities, but coupling to impact models, so to support the impact-based forecasting. Could we have the next slide, please? Also, traditionally, there's been forecasts for a week or two. There's obviously user demand, whether it's for agriculture or insurance or energy or water supply, of having better sight further out into the future, whether it's extended range forecasts or seasonal forecasts. And obviously, again, an area where Indian scientists have been prominent in leading the global community. So certainly at ECMWF, we're making a lot more focus here. Until quite recently, our monthly forecast was only done twice a week, whereas now we're running an even bigger ensemble system and every day of the week to give finer grained information and more up-to-date information looking out a month ahead. Could I have the next slide, please? We're also working hard on how we use observations. There was a lot of talk earlier about the desire for more local observations and more observation data sets in the Himalayas, for example, and that's hugely valuable. But on top of that, we're also working really hard to learn how to use satellite observations better. These are great observations in the sense that they cover the whole globe, so we have very good coverage of this satellite data. But it's much harder to use. We're not very good at interpreting satellite data over snow cover, for example. So we have a lot of very useful data over the Himalayas, but we don't use it as well as we could. And so there's a huge opportunity to combine the surface data that the likes that IMD has to help us understand how to use the satellite data, and then we'll get even more out of the satellite data as well. And if you have the next slide, please. I think this was, if you could just click on 3 times. So I think it's fair to say the way we've done weather forecasting has been broadly the same, but getting better and better for many years. We use these encapsulations of physical laws on a big computer. But the machine learning, I think, has the potential to be a real game changer for our whole community. There was already a discussion earlier of maybe the use of machine learning in services or doing impact-based forecasts. But even in the way we do the numerical weather prediction, at one level, you could use machine learning just to do better post-processing or calibration, sort of correction of traditional models. We're working on what we call hybrid modeling, where you take these traditional physics-based models and learn how to correct them as they're running. But even more radically, you've probably seen in the sort of the scientific literature, particularly driven by some of the big tech companies, trying to do machine learning to replace the entire numerical weather models. And if you could click on one slide. So this is just an example of this. Sorry, it's a slightly complex plot, but we have forecast range going from left to right from day 1 to day 10, and how accurate the forecasts are going up the way. So the most accurate forecast is 100%, and then as it's going down, you're getting less accurate. And if you look at the red line that says traditional IFS, that's the ECMWF forecasting system, which I think it's fair to say is the most accurate global forecasting system, well, most accurate of the traditional forecasting systems. The line higher up in black that says data-driven AIFS, that's where we've developed a fully machine learning model. So purely based on data, we've effectively learnt the laws of physics using machine learning. And by this metric at least, the data-driven model is better than the physics-driven model. So I think potentially, the scale of it could be the challenge. Many other players will be able to do very accurate forecasts with machine learning. As one of the speakers was saying earlier, how does that mean we make sure the messages stay consistent? On the other hand, the opportunity for us to do better forecasts and provide better services to whether it's the Indian community or the global community, I think is enormous. Next slide, please. So I think that was all I wanted to say. So I think a huge success story in numerical weather prediction. I think there is the opportunity to continue to make it better and in the directions that your users were saying, the Indian society needs. And finally, just, to thank IMD both for the invite and the role the Indian community and IMD in particular plays in this field. And I look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
So I essentially thank Dr. Andy Brown for his very excellent and very brief presentation about ECMWF, its evolution and research and development and improvements. And that gives us all the time inspiration to our ECMWF and also GFS system of IMD IITM for its further improvement and use for various sectors, in particular agriculture and many other sectors. I thank you very much for your very nice presentation. Thank you, Andy.
Well, now we request our next speaker, Andy Brian Gross, to make his presentation. He is director of the NOAA's Environmental Modeling Center, Maryland, USA. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you very much. I wanted to confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear.
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, wonderful. And will you be running my slides?
Somebody will run the slide.
Yeah. Slides.
I can try and run them myself, but I think for bandwidth purposes, it might be easier for you to run them. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Wonderful, thank you. So I wanted to start with a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I know we're spread across the globe today to celebrate IMD's 150-year mark. Congratulations to you all. It is my most fervent wish that for the next 150 years, you be even more productive, you are challenged, and it is just as exciting for you as the last 150 years have been. I did want to thank Dr. Mohapatra in particular for helping to arrange my presence here at this event. If we can jump to the next slide. I want to start by congratulating you again for your unparalleled service, and especially for the many successful collaborations between NOAA and IMD over the last 3 decades. That includes over 30 years of collaborating on the Deterministic Global Forecast System, or GFS, and its data assimilation system, or GDAS. Over 20 years collaborating on the climate forecast system and the global ensemble forecast system, which is what we call the GEFS, and over 10 years of collaborating on hurricane modeling, wave modeling, and ocean modeling. We look forward to many more years and many more decades of fruitful collaboration with you. Next slide, please. So one important collaboration I wanted to note is the Monsoon Desk at NCEP. This was established in 2010 to improve global seasonal climate forecasts in general and monsoon prediction in particular. I wanted to share with you and celebrate the good news that the Monsoon Desk Implementation Agreement has been extended for 5 more years, now through 2028. This is good news. Go to the next slide, please. I also wanted to highlight the enormously successful collaboration that has resulted in better preparing for and reducing the loss of life in tropical cyclones. On the left-hand side of the slide are statistics from the 1999 Orissa cyclone, which was the deadliest storm since 1971. This storm caused over 10,000 casualties and over $5 billion in damage. And at the time, the operational numerical weather prediction at IMD was based on the 24-hour forecasts from NCEP's QLM. And while accurate 48-hour track forecasts were achieved, at that time there was no skill and intensity forecasts and inadequate guidance on storm surge, rain, and flooding. Now compare that to 14 years later when another Orissa cyclone named Phelan was the deadliest storm since that 1999 storm. Winds in that storm peaked at 160 miles per hour, and at landfall winds exceeded 115 miles per hour in intensity. There was a 3-meter storm surge at landfall, but crucially, there were only 36 casualties, and damages were less than $1 billion. At that time, the operational numerical weather prediction at IMD was based on 126-hour forecasts from IMD versions of the NCEP GFS and the HWRF models achieved through the collaboration between NOAA and IMD. Accurate 96-hour forecast lead times for track, intensity, storm structure, storm size, landfall, time and location, rainfall, flood potential, wave height, and storm surge were all achieved within this new numerical guidance. Next slide, please. So now I want to turn our attention to where NOAA and EMC are going in numerical weather prediction, and we're hoping that we're going to go there with you as our partners. What I'm showing here is our current production suite. We lovingly refer to this as the quilt because all of the little boxes that are in there, the problem with the quilt, though, is that all those little boxes, they need maintenance, they need development for upgrades, and each one of them needs to be implemented individually as an operational application. This has become too large of a burden for us because there are too many modeling systems for EMC to manage. So if we go to the next slide, this is a picture of where we want to go. So here we're depicting the structure of the production suite of the future. The production suite's comprised of a set of applications based on what we call the Unified Forecast System, or UFS. UFS is a community-based, coupled, comprehensive Earth modeling system designed to support the weather enterprise and to be the source system for NOAA's operational numerical weather prediction applications. UFS applications shared agreed-upon numerical forecast system elements, including Earth system model components like atmosphere, ocean, sea ice, land, chemistry, etc., all of these being coupled together, observation processing, pre-processing, data assimilation, forward forecasting, ensemble and probabilistic processing, and post-processing. The applications also share an agreed-upon infrastructure like model coupling tools and workflow software. And in this diagram, you see sort of the traditional weather prediction applications across the top based on lead time. Includes very short lead time predictions with a worn-on forecast system for severe events like tornadoes. There's a regional rapid refresh forecast system at high resolution, about 3 kilometers, for hourly predictions over the United States, and the global forecast systems for predictions at the medium range, including a sub-seasonal prediction system out to 1 to 2 months, and a seasonal prediction system. There are also phenomena-specific prediction systems, for example, for hurricanes, space weather, marine, and coastal applications, air quality and flooding, and hydrological prediction. Go to the next slide, please. So here's just a stretch goal. We are not the only ones that are able to run fully coupled high-resolution global simulations. This particular one includes an FE3-based atmosphere. FE3 is the dynamical core. MOM6 is the global ocean model. We use SEIS6 from our Department of Energy here in the US for sea ice, WaveWatch 3 for waves, the NOAA MP land model from NCAR for our land model, and the GoCart aerosol component from NASA. Now, of course, we can't run such a high-resolution global system operationally yet, but this is a target for us to shoot for, and it demonstrates the need for us to collaborate across the entire weather enterprise, including other federal agencies in the US, the private sector, and academia, as well as our international partners like IMD. So if we go to the next slide, I wanted to include a little bit more detail on what we're planning. This one is for the deterministic GFS version 17 upgrade. The target is a fully coupled system using MOM6, NOAA MP, SEIS6, and WaveWatch 3. We're planning to increase the horizontal resolution of the medium range global system from 13 kilometers to 9 kilometers, and we're going to retain the 127 levels in the vertical introduced in the current operational version of the GFS. There's a series of physics upgrades that we're planning to use, as well as new data assimilation software from the Joint Center for Satellite Data Assimilation. This software is called JEDI for assimilating ocean, sea ice, and snow. And I'll talk a little bit more about JEDI a little later on. The assimilation of the atmospheric observations for GFS V17 will still use the current system for grid point statistical interpolation. We can go to the next slide. This describes a little bit more about the upgrades to the Global Ensemble Forecast System, or GEFS version 13. We are planning, like the GFS deterministic system, to upgrade to a fully coupled system using the exact same components as we use for the deterministic GFS. However, we'll stay at 25-kilometer horizontal resolution, but we'll increase the number of vertical levels in the GEFS to 127, the same that we use in the deterministic GFS. We'll use GFS V17 physics. DA for the GEFS will align with DA for the GFS. We'll stick with 31 ensemble members for the GEFS. Both the deterministic and ensemble systems will run 4 times a day, like we do now. Now, we cannot at this time afford a full 30-year reanalysis for GEFS V13, so we're settling for 31 years of reforecasts based on a replay technique using the cadence that's shown there on the slide. So we can jump to the next slide, please. We've developed 4 ensemble prototypes for GEFS V13. If we could jump to the next slide, please. There we go. 4 ensemble prototypes for GEFS V13. We've completed preliminary testing for this new ensemble system. The results are very encouraging. The latest prototypes that are shown here on the right-hand side have higher MJO predictive skill than the operational GEFS version 12, and it extends useful predictive skill for the MJO by 4 to 5 days. If we could go to the next slide, please. Now, last year, 2023, NOAA received funding to develop a new seasonal forecast system. It's designed to replace the, I'll say, venerable climate forecast system, which is now over a dozen years old. SFS will be cloud-enabled. It will be based on the same components as the other global system. It is intended to address some of the principal errors that we still see in CFS V2 and the National Multimodal Ensemble run here in the US. And these errors include MGO propagation errors, false alarms for ENSO, secular trends in the SST, and anomalous frequencies of both above and below normal temperature forecasts. Next slide, please. Early results from the seasonal forecast system also reveal some successes. Well, the one that's shown here is using some of the prototypes for the SFS, show the elimination of the double ITCZ, which is a chronic problem in many global coupled systems. We overestimate the strength of the ITCZ here in this prototype, but the results are nevertheless encouraging. We'll be monitoring them as the development of the SFS progresses over the next few years. Next slide, please. Next, I wanted to talk about the severe cyclonic storm Mocha 01B from May of last year, 2023. MOCA was first noted by IMD on the 8th of May. As it tracked slowly over the Bay of Bengal, it reached extremely severe cyclonic storm intensity. After undergoing an eye wall replacement, MOCA rapidly strengthened, peaking at Cat 5 on May 14th. The storm slightly weakened before making landfall and rapidly weakened once inland, anticipated shortly thereafter. Now, I'm using MOCA to introduce the new hurricane and analysis forecast system. The new hurricane prediction system, we call it HAFS, is the acronym, is based on the UFS and was implemented operationally at NCEP for the 2023 hurricane season, just last summer here. I wanted to thank, Gopal, I know, is there. He was a critical developer for the new hurricane analysis and forecast system. I'm glad he's there with you today. So if we can go to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit more detail about what HAFS did with MOCA. So HAFS accurately predicted MOCA's landfall, the location, it captured its rapid intensification, and successfully predicted that the storm would reach Cat 5 intensity. These intensification predictions have been pretty difficult, and we're really glad that we're making some progress here. HAFS is going to form the foundation of hurricane prediction going forward in the U.S., and we hope that we can collaborate with IMD on its further development and application in your region of the world. Next slide, please. So I did want to say a few words about JEDI. JEDI is short for the Joint Effort for Data Assimilation Integration. It is the software infrastructure that we're going to be using for data assimilation across all of the applications in the UFS. The Grid Point Statistical Interpolation Software, or GSI, has been in operation since 2007, but pieces of that code are over 30 years old. So our partners in the Joint Center for Satellite Data Assimilation got together to build a software infrastructure for data assimilation that is model agnostic, generic, and portable. It doesn't impose specific methodologies for algorithms, but it provides access to those algorithms for use by the users. JEDI leverages shared efforts so that, for example, new observation types that come online are accessible by different organizations through a single unified interface. JEDI is a single code base for all of DA software, from global to regional applications, and for all Earth system components. Excuse me. Next slide, please. I wanted to show a couple of examples of the use of JEDI that reflect how JEDI will be used in the upcoming implementations of the deterministic GFS v17 and the ensemble-based GEFS v13 that I spoke about previously. The first is the use of weakly coupled data assimilation to assimilate sea surface temperature. So on the left-hand side is a graph that shows the difference between the SST background and SST observations, where smaller is better. Our starting point's that red line at the top shows differences in the current GFS DA system. That's where we are today. When we assimilate ocean and sea ice observations using the JEDI software called SOCA, which stands for Sea Ice, Ocean, and Coupled Assimilation, we see a significant reduction in SST differences, even with just a data atmosphere, right? When we go ahead and introduce DA in a modeled atmosphere for the atmospheric component, these differences are reduced even further. And SOCA achieves a better estimate of the foundation temperature. It leads to a better simulation of radiances that are sensitive to SSTs, and the result is that more observations pass quality control checks in the current GSI system, further resulting in smaller differences between the background and observations almost everywhere across the global ocean. You can go to the next slide, please. We see a similar result when we take a look at the assimilation of sea ice data, specifically sea ice concentration. Using the SOCA software, there's a significant error reduction in the weakly coupled data assimilation system in both the Arctic and the Antarctic for sea ice. Next slide, please. So I'm going to join the bandwagon for artificial intelligence and machine learning based system. Andy spoke about this, and I think everybody has paid attention to this rapidly developing field. In the application of AI and ML at EMC is new. If we can jump to the next slide. The application of these techniques at EMC isn't new, right? However, the introduction of the techniques that Andy was talking about are what's so exciting, and I'll get to those in a sec. I did want to point out, EMC's been doing a lot of research with AI, ML-based techniques, mostly using neural networks. They've been applied across the disciplines within the NWP enterprise. It includes the direct assimilation of observations, radiation algorithms in the GFS and other model physics, ensemble averaging techniques, super parameterizations, and wave ensemble. So we and others have a pretty long history with these techniques, but they've been applied in somewhat narrow areas. So if we can go to the next slide. The current and planned activities using artificial intelligence and machine learning and EMC populate each piece of the value chain in numerical weather prediction, and it includes activities like satellite thinning and radiosonde processing and observations, improved background and background error covariances under data assimilation, physics suite emulation, radiation parameterization, and ensemble forecasting in the forecast piece. And as Andy mentioned, post-processing of wave systems. We're doing some air quality bias corrections and that sort of thing. So if we can go to the next slide. This is what is tantalizing about these ML-based techniques. Andy showed the results for the IFS. This is a collection of traditional physics-based skill. The skill, you can see it growing with this particular metric, which is the 500 millibar geopotential anomaly correlation, over the northern hemisphere extratropics, and the day at which that particular metric falls below 85%. It's a nominal notion of predictability. So you can see ECMWF's results are in the red lines near the top. UKMO is in blue, NCEP is in green, and you can see that as time has gone by, we've been able to extend useful predictability with this particular metric. But take a look at where those machine learning-based systems sit. One of them, which is GraphCast from Google, for this particular metric, seems to beat all of the physics-based systems. And even some of the other ML-based systems are at least as good as these physics-based systems. And this is the tantalizing potential for these machine learning-based systems. It's an extraordinarily exciting field. I think there's a lot of questions, which I'll get to in a second. But just the level of skill and the promise that these systems will run much faster, using much fewer resources computationally than we have right now. I think there's everybody's excited about that potential. So if we could jump to the next slide, please. It's not all rosy using these ML-based systems. I wanted to illustrate that with these surrogate model predictions of Tropical Storm Freddie over the South Pacific. So the operational physics-based models in the upper right compare favorably with the analysis in the upper left, capturing the location and intensity of the tropical cyclone. However, surrogate systems can fail in both intensity and location, as shown in the predictions along the bottom. So there's still some things that we need to explore using these ML-based surrogate prediction systems. So we can go to the next slide, please. So EMC is, we're want to be able to exercise our own reanalysis data that we have. We want to ask questions like, what is the best training data set to use with these systems? So at the very least, we're planning on training up Google's GraphCast with GESS v12 reanalysis. We want to fine tune that training with reforecasts from the deterministic GFS, using initial conditions from the global data assimilation system to launch an ensemble-based machine learning-based forecast system. And this is something that we can directly compare to the operational physics-based GESS v12 in order to assess cost and skill, see if it holds up to some of these preliminary results. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Up until now, most of the improvements to NWP systems across the years have come from improvements to the forecast model resolution and the physics that embody our understanding of the way the Earth system works, as well as improvements to the observational networks and the data assimilation algorithms that get these observations into model initial conditions. Recent rapid improvements in machine learning-based forecast systems come from better utilization of training data sets and better, more efficient deep learning methods, as well as the development of efficient workflows for training these systems that leverage the power of hardware like GPUs or TPUs. So if you have access to this hardware and you have access to the best possible training data, these can be pretty powerful systems, we think. There's still some questions about the capability of these ML-based surrogate modeling systems. One that plagues us is the prediction of extremes, especially in a non-stationary climate, and how you reflect that in the training. The construction of representative ensembles that truly capture the set of possible outcomes, especially in a changing world. And do these systems accurately capture predictability limits? That is, do they capture error growth and the decay of skill that actually goes on in the nonlinear, chaotic Earth system itself? So if we can go to the next slide, I'm going to end, and I'm going to ask you to imagine a world where the forecast piece of NWP is no longer the focus. It doesn't garner all of our attention when it comes to HPC. Instead, we're looking at a backbone of an operational prediction suite that really is comprised of a continuously assimilating, comprehensive coupled Earth system model. Some folks call this kind of configuration a digital twin. It's constantly updating global state of the Earth system, and at the same time is providing updates to the training data for ML-based prediction systems. So these systems will include forecasts on a fixed cycle. We do this periodically with the global predictions 4 times a day, hourly for the convective allowing systems, but also aperiodic or deterministic systems like the ones that we use for hurricane prediction, fire weather, the spill of toxic gases, that sort of thing. We want to be able to leverage cloud computing so that we don't end up overbuying on-prem HPC. I think there's an exciting future ahead for NWP using these ML-based systems, extraordinarily exciting. It's captured the attention of the field. I think we're in for a great ride. And so with my last slide, I will thank you for your time. I will congratulate you again on your 150th anniversary, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brian, and I like to also acknowledge the close collaboration and interaction between NOAA, particularly EMC and HRD, which India was remarkable for several years. In fact, when we started our NCMRW, within a year we could get all the support starting from data analysis, data interpretation to that model, and NCMW could be operational from 1st January 1994. Similarly, we have very good collaboration in the climate forecast system, as well as on tropical cyclone prediction system through HWRF. So in all these fields, from mesoscale to global and climate scale, we have very good collaboration with your EMC. And I remember when we discussed with Dr. Ivan Kalne in 1993, they are very supportive to transfer entire thing to India so that we can have a kick start, because that was a plan. After purchasing supercomputer, we should make operational in 5 years. And it was possible at that time. And also, besides we learn, we have also contributed several ways in improving the system by working our scientists. And we follow the same pattern many times, transfer of research to operational output. So thank you, Dr. Brown Grass, for your very excellent and nice presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, now we come back to the presentations. We start with the one by Secretary Dr. Ravichandran on future technologies for weather and climate services.
First of all, very good afternoon to all of you, both on the dais and off the dais and in online. Before starting this presentation, I want to give a caveat. This is just, I thought about myself, what is our vision in 2047, where we need to go as a country, aim for a global leader in many of the aspects. So in weather forecast and weather realm, how we can achieve, what we can go. So this is some thought process. Maybe many of the last two talks more or less mentioned about most of the things, but it is a different perspective I am going for this particular presentation. So of course, future of weather forecasting and taking action on weather. This is a very goal for 2047. Before going to that, next slide. So first and foremost, I greet our colleagues from IMD on this memorable occasion of Foundation Day, greetings of 150th year Foundation Day. And I'm sure that the legacy, whatever has come through by IMD in terms of service to the nation, I think in the coming years, it will be a leap forward and they will be able to deliver much more than whatever the contribution has been provided by the IMD in the years. Sorry. So according to me, the vision 2047 is basically transitioning beyond conventional weather forecasting. So how we can go normal weather forecast, beyond that what we can go. That means we need to master ourselves, understand the system much better than what we have. So for that, first objective is, of course, we need to provide the best possible services, weather services over the land, at the sea, as well as in the air. We have to provide the best possible services. Then we need to go for earth system approach instead of, because the memory is available in all the system, so we need to go for taking care of atmosphere, ocean, and as well as the polar regions. We need to observe and understand all the earth system components so that we can have a better forecast system. So under this, we need to have a 4 pillar. It has to be strengthened, or we need to augment, or we need to improve. Number 1 is observing system, strengthening our observations, and need better understanding. Basically, it is a science and innovation and methodology. And the third one is we need to improve our model, our simulation technique, and for that we need to have more and more computing infrastructure. And the last one is how effectively we communicate to the users. The forecast dissemination is the main important component. So once we set these things all right, these 4 components, 4 pillars, what are the important 4 pillars? What are the components are there that I will dwell upon later on? Of course, finally, our objective is in 2047, whether we can go for weather forecast to weather management. Of course, I mean weather management is beyond weather modifications. It is one step, one order is higher. So for that, we need to work towards all collectively, and also it has to be catered. It will cater UN early warning for all. That is a UN mission which has been envisaged. I think we need to contribute as a global South leader. We can definitely contribute this mission for the betterment of the society. So coming back to the 4 pillars, the first pillar is observations. Under these observations, of course, you know that most of the ocean region, and also in the tropics especially, and also Southern Ocean, it is subcritical observations when compared to other regions. So we need to augment more and more observation in these regions. So what are the things we need to improve? Of course, we need to improve not only spatial, but also temporal, but also vertical resolution. This vertical resolution is very important, which we are not looking at it so far. We need to augment much more so that you have to resolve various convective processes and other mesoscale dynamics. So first and foremost, we need to augment, strengthening various surface met observations, and also we need to go for various radio sonde and other observations. And where we need to observe, and what we need to observe, we need to have a simulation experiment, OSSC type of experiment, so that we need to have, understand where the variabilities are more, there we need to put observation dots in that. I think when we go for weather forecasting, when we are going for a block level, high resolution, we need to go for at least 1 order magnitude more than what presently. Roughly, suppose if you have 1000 AWS, we need to go for 10,000 AWS. Then only we will be able to understand the variability at each local level. Then we can go much beyond. And also vertical, we have to go for augmenting drones as well as vertical wind profilers and radiometers so that we can simple radio sonde with 2 times in a day, it is not sufficient. We need to resolve the diurnal variability in vertical so that we need to go for various wind profilers and radiometers and much beyond various what is called vertical resolution. We need to go for it. Of course, we need to go for remote sensing. Of course, presently we have a radar coverage, and we need to go for entire footprint of India. We should be covered by radar. Without radar, no place in India at least should not be there. So we need to continuously make nowcasting. For that, we have to keep the radar coverage. Of course, the present radar coverage is almost, we need to be doubled for that. And also satellites. Of course, satellites will give the vital information for the spatial information, but we need to also have a vertical resolution such as this ALOS, Doppler wind lidar profiles type of measurement we need, so that we have to scale or we need to resolve the vertical things. And also we need to have more and more understanding. For that, we need to have a lot of test bed and aircraft observations and cyclone type of probing aircraft and other things we have to have. And also a lot of other unconventional data like crowdsourcing, social media, citizen science initiative, IoT-enabled sensors at granular level. I mean to say that suppose you want to have a rainfall everywhere, why we cannot put in wherever the rainfall is occurring, whatever the cars are going Viper, the Viper movement can be used as a rainfall estimation indirectly. At least the qualitative information we can get and use that information into the model. That type of things we can think of because we need more and more data. That's important. And also we need to have a high quality winds. Of course, I mentioned that we need to go for Doppler wind profilers, and we need to go for LIDAR and hyperspectral imaging type of observation in order to resolve. And this is only, I'm talking about only in the atmosphere, but the same thing we need to go for ocean as well as in the polar regions. We need to understand the various processes in the ocean as well, because we cannot isolate only atmosphere alone. And second part is understanding, where the science, there are many things we need to understand yet. We have understood many, but yet a lot more to understand in order to go for very high resolution, local level forecast we want to do. Much more need to be done. We need to go for various cloud processes, what is happening and its dynamics, and what are the teleconnections exist. Most of the time we are looking at the teleconnection about zonal, about Pacific, Atlantic, not much has been done in the polar, in the meridional section, what are the connections exist in Indian weather patterns. And also forcing, what are the internal forcing in India itself, what are the internal forcing in Indian Ocean, and what are the external forcing. We need to quantify and understand the processes, and what are the linear and versus non-linear processes exist, and various interactions of the coupling between the atmosphere, ocean, and ice dynamics. So it gives various time scales, temporal time scales, it will provide the informations. And we need to improve the model physics, right from subgrid parameterization scheme, both in the cloud parameterization as well as mixed layer depth, mixed layer processes in the ocean. All these things we need to understand much more than what we know. Presently, we are more bothered about only in the atmosphere, temperature, water vapor, and the wind. Mostly how it is at different grid points, both spatially and vertically. And in the ocean, we are talking about temperature, salinity, and current. But we need to, we need to incorporate the atmospheric chemistry in the atmospheric model and the ocean, maybe biogeochemistry in the ocean model. Then we have to couple it so that a coupled system will work in perfectly. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to have a observing system simulation experiment wherein we want to know where we need to observe more in various sectors. And the third component is a modeling. Of course, the modeling is a vertical and horizontal resolution of various atmospheric and meteorological model. Especially in the tropics is very poor. We need to resolve and understand and put it into place. And very high resolution model offers unparalleled accuracy. Of course, the representation of atmospheric and oceanic process is not very well understood in the very small scale. And I always feel that, of course, many people have mentioned about the numerical model. I personally feel that we need to have a combination of all. synaptic. I mean synaptic means it is nothing but human intervention and intelligence of human, and statistical and numerical, and finally AML based. So we need to utilize the combination of all the four in order to have, because some of the things are variation data based as well as physics based. All the physics based things from numerically we cannot resolve. So we need to go for a data driven model for AIML and other aspects as well. So that we need to have combination of all. And of course, big data analysis, because we now have a lot of data. From that data, whether we can get the information. And of course, all this data we need to assimilate, and we need to go for more ensemble in order to reduce the uncertainties of our forecast. And finally, we need to have a supercomputer for making it, running all the models and assimilation. And maybe we have to go for all the combination of not only CPU based, and we need to slowly migrate to GPU based, and finally we have to look for the quantum computer level. Of course, you all know that if you want to go for just 12 kilometer resolution to 6 kilometer, we need to increase at least 8 times higher computing power is required in order to simulate. And the fourth component is the forecast and dissemination. Of course, we need to have a GIS-based and automated decision support system. We have some now, today also we have made some of the decision support system has been released, but we need to go much more than what is there, because we want to have a block level as well as the village level. We want to go for a decision support system, and we need to communicate, and we need to communicate to the user what is my forecast uncertainty. We need to make them to understand what is the complexity of this problem, and also we have to tell them slowly that how much uncertainty is involved in this. And our application, our services has to go for various media, and also we have to make about awareness about the complexity. And finally, we have to go for both the communication, not only through augmented reality, but also virtual reality. We need to communicate them effectively. So with this, all four components, we rise it level at least one order. One order means 10 times more, then only we can go for weather modification. So for weather modification also, we need to understand much more than what we have. And for that, we need to have a different mechanism and different experiment we need to do. And various experiment we need to get the, we have some knowledge, but we need to have much more knowledge. And for that, we need to have a better understanding the modification of the weather. And finally, we have to go for weather management system in place. For that, we have to have a robust weather management through integrated approach. Combination of observations, modeling, and strategic interventions are important. Of course, we need to worry, we have to focus on pros and cons, and also ethical issues on this weather modification, and the synergy to ensure a resilient and dynamic weather management system capable of responding effectively to the intricacies of the atmospheric condition. We need to aim for it. And these are the transformative outcomes we are aiming it. One is improved weather forecast, capability to modify weather patterns, strategic measures, safeguarding against threats, and finally, weather warfare consideration if it is needed. And finally, I request all my colleagues and friends, not only from IMD and MOES, but also academia and private partners, and all the people work together for implementing this implementation plan for 2047, as well as we need to have where the humanity coexist harmoniously with the atmosphere, leveraging science for the betterment of our world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravichandran. And I must say that IMD had been lucky to have a visionary secretaries right from the formation of the ministry. And whatever the modernization and upgradation has been taking place has been a great role they have played. And as you have brought out, I think for next 25 years, Amrit Kal, so-called period, if what you have listed here with your support, and I think the IMD has shown its capacity to upgrade itself, I'm sure we'll be able to achieve. But as you rightly said, it needs participation of scientific, because the science part is equally important. Observations will require, as Dr. Mahapatra brought out a Met policy where we can pool the data, and so which is a big problem with how to get the data state. We had been talking of Karnataka model for last so many years, but we don't get the data because there is no policy how the state and the center should cooperate. So that is very important if we want to densify. Science part, yes, we have to enable scientific institutions to come with the solutions, and of course modeling is ongoing with the artificial intelligence there. And of course the weather management, the new term which is being coined now by you, also is very interesting, and I'm sure with the inputs coming from the stakeholders we'll be able to deliver. So thank you so much. I think, yeah, please sir.
A little question. Are you contemplating polar orbiting meteorological satellites in the next few years? Because we have positions in the Arctic as well as in the Antarctic, and they are not covered by INSAT.
Yes. Actually, it is very important because when I talk about vertical resolution, geostationary alone we cannot do. So we need to go for nano or micro satellites so that it will be polar orbiting satellites so that the entire globe has been monitored. That is more important.
Make a point with the DOS.
Yes, yes. We were discussing about this.
They are not in a mood to do it on their own.
Yeah. No, we have already discussed with the ISRO and we are working on that.
So we are at the last stage of this technical session, and we have two very important presentations, which is on the socio-economic applications of our IMD services, and there couldn't have been two stalwarts, Dr. Rathore, who brought agromet services in operation, and of course present DG who's spearheading the services. So I request Dr. Mahapatra. I think it's a combined presentation. So we'll start with the Dr. Mahapatra followed by Dr. Rathore. Thank you.
Respected chairs, distinguished speakers and delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we are here to discuss about the various aspects, and there have been very illuminating discussions about the past and the future. And we'll be now discussing about something about the present and the gap areas, with special focus on socio-economic needs. Next slide, please. So if you just look at, as I was telling in the morning, various speakers have told, we have come up a long way with introduction of the seamless weather forecasting system. When it's seamless, the forecast is available for a few hours, that is called as nowcast, for all types of severe weather events, and for all stations, all districts, etc., or for all locations, starting with from today. When I say Mosam Gram or Har Mosam, Har Mosam, with the provision of mobile app, where you can click and get the information for your place. Also, you come up with medium range forecast up to 1 week, which has been introduced last year. Earlier it was 5 days. Then we come up with the extended range forecast up to 4 weeks, and seasonal forecast for the months and seasons together. We have also come off a long way with respect to the services. Perhaps there is no such sector which is left out where we do not have any service at present. Please go ahead. Next slide. So all these have been possible because of the integral development of the science and technology with various innovations. Not only innovation in science and technology, but also innovation in services. There has been quite exemplary services introduced in the country which has benefited not only our people, but also the people in the world. So if you find out, basically there has been augmentation of observational systems, as Secretary Saab was telling, and there has been numerical modeling systems, and then there has been the dissemination systems, decision support systems, and forecasting, of course. But everywhere also you will find that even though we have come up a long way, still there are certain further interventions required with respect to augmenting the components. At the same time, with the forecast accuracy increasing by about 40 to 50% in recent 5 years compared to previous 5 years. We are almost at 80 to 85% accuracy with respect to various types of severe weather events. We ventured into a new area, which is the impact-based forecast. The objective of the impact-based forecast was to minimize not only loss of lives, but also the property loss, which is ever increasing in terms of frequency, intensity increase in the recent times, and also in view of the increase in socio-economic conditions of the country. Next, please. Next slide. So if you just therefore look at, there are certain areas where the socio-economic impact is quite high, but otherwise there is perhaps no such area where there is no impact of the weather and climate. So, however, India Meteorological Department focuses on certain areas which are being affected more severely in terms of economic terms. So, be it disaster management, or be it the shipping, agriculture, urban development, tourism, petroleum, or defense. Everywhere you will find that the economic losses which are being seen in the recent time, that is being minimized to a certain extent by the utilization of weather and climate information, but still we have to go a long way to have some kind of resilience in our economic systems, resilience in our societal systems, so that we do not suffer before, during, or after any particular disasters. Next, please. So, country has also come up a long way, as we have seen in the last panel discussions. We have come up with disaster management policy, disaster management act, and we have come up with the national guidelines and institutional mechanism also. Like IMD also, we have now, in 2023, we have ventured to almost all states with our meteorological centers, be it the Port Blair, or be it the Imphal, or Shillong, or Mizoram, Aizawl, Itanagar, of course we have come earlier. So by that we have come up with 26 meteorological offices, centers in the country, with 6 regional meteorological centers. So we have got the institutional mechanism growing from the day as we have listened to Kelkar Saab, how the IMD has grown up. But in the country also, parallelly, to support the early warning, best early actions, there has been 3-tier mechanism with NDMA, SDMA, DDMA, and also accordingly there has been other supportive organizations like NIDM and many others. At the recent time, another institution has come up in the country, that is, with respect to impact-based forecast I am talking about, that is the CDRI, that is Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. First, we have to consider the National Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, and then India is leading the 20-member countries coalition for disaster resilience infrastructure. So when we are the early warning agencies in the Ministry of Earth Sciences, we have to also take care of that, how we can mainstream the weather and climate informations and our early warning into the disaster resilient infrastructure, not only in the country, but also in this coalition, so that we become an international partner in CDRI. Next, please. Next. Okay. So when you consider the multi-hazard early warning system, which is the most important part of the disaster risk reduction, so what we need actually? We need at first the early warning and early action. That was telling in the panel discussion also, that the most important. So that means we need stakeholders collaboration. We need collaboration with the R&D Institute. We need collaboration with academic and press and electronic media and each social and economic sector, so that whenever we have early warning, that is taken off and action is. But that is possible only when we also apply our science and technology. So therefore, there is also the role of IMD and Ministry of Earth Sciences, IITs, NITs, and various institutes, academia, to work towards that. How can we interpret, analyze, and provide support for complete implementation of early action based on the early warning? That is impact-based forecasting has come a long way, but there are still certain limitations I will discuss afterwards. Risk knowledge. Based on data from 1901, whatever we have got, based on satellite data, radar data, ground truth, surface and upper air, we have to develop the risk knowledge. We have come a long way. We have got digital knowledge. We have published hazard vulnerability analysis of various types of natural hazards. But still, we have to improve its its input spatial resolution, input temporal resolutions. There was one suggestion for example, temperature from 0.25 degree to 0.1 degree. So like that, we have to go for increasing our resolution so that the risk knowledge is there for each village, or each block, or each tehsil, or each district, or the country as a whole. Then we need real-time risk assessment for each infrastructure vis-a-vis each natural hazard. We have to go a long way. We have come up a long way with respect to NCRMP, what Dr. Kamal Kishore is telling, and also Home Secretary was told, but we have to develop similar systems for all types of severe weather hazards. Critical infrastructure especially have to be taken into consideration, like hospitals, cyclone shelters, roads, rails, communications, network, power and water supply. And especially the IMD infrastructure. If cyclone is coming or there is a heavy rain and IMD observatory is not working, then that is the failure of the resilience infrastructure. So therefore, there is a need for investment not only in science and technology catering to the information catering or improvement of observation and modeling system, but also the investment required to strengthen the IMD's infrastructure. Then we have to ensure resilience to critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. So when you consider this is the early warning for all, I think all of us know, I will not reiterate so much. There are 4 components, and whole world is working into UN and WMO taking the lead. And WMO or India Meteorological Department or any national meteorological services are responsible for disaster risk knowledge and detection, observations, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting hazards. The preparedness and response sections lies with early action group, that is disaster managers, general public, etc., and various stakeholders. Warning dissemination communication, the nodal agency is the Department of Telecommunication in the country, and similarly, we have got ITU. But as an early warning agency, we also continue with our improvement in the system. We have come up a long way defining a value chain. The value chain is that weather observations leading to modeling, then forecasting, then severe weather warning, then sectoral applications, including or supported by R&D and technological interventions. But in this value chain itself, you will find that there are certain threats because of the climate change, number one. And also there are because of the increasing frequency and intensity of the various types of severe weather events, and also changing behavior of the human being, changing behavior of the ecosystem, and changing approach in our disaster risk reductions. So therefore, an array of numerical weather prediction models and high-performance computing system is in place. It is being developed, and it will be developed as per our plan, as Secretary Saab has mentioned here. So all these things have to be taken into consideration, and finally, we have to ensure that all the socioeconomic needs are met by the agencies involved in it. So impact-based forecast and early warning up to 5 days for all types of severe weather is being provided at present in these directions. Next, please. Next. Okay. So if you just look at achievements, yes, I will not reiterate now. All of us know that most important achievement is that outcome. You can say that loss of life has been minimized, be it cyclone, be it heat wave, be it cold wave, or be it heavy rainfall. There are many examples. I will not reiterate here, but still there are problems with respect to thunderstorms, like lightning. And also there are problems with respect to cloud bursts or the mesoscale events. For example, any tornado, sometimes occurring also, even though it is rare, that also kills people and causes huge losses. That is the progress what we have and what limitations we have got. And also we've seen that the reduction in forecast errors, that is about 40 to 50%, which has resulted in this type of outcome, what we see that. There are certain pinpointed forecast accuracy with respect to tropical cyclones, which has been mentioned anywhere. And there has been minimization of the impact also, to a certain extent. For example, I'll give an example. 10 ships were submerged in 1998, but no ship was damaged in 2023. So there has been a lot of impact with respect to the power sector. But now if you say that power sector has benefited a lot. So therefore, impact also has benefited. Impact has been reduced, and you can say forecast has benefited. In the climate front, we have come up a long way by introducing the climate information on health, agriculture, water, and disaster risk reduction especially. And climate data source portal has developed in-house and operationalized, and you can just imagine how much data we are catering to the researchers, students, the technicians, and technologists, and scientists and engineers. It is no ending, the growth is continuing, and it has helped, automation has helped. New strategy for long-range forecast system we introduced in 2021. I will tell it is a game changer. Earlier, yes, we started from 1886, but now you are providing forecast for each month and each season and for all parts of the country. And if it is the forecast accuracy also, this system, which is based on multimodal ensemble, has come up a long way. It is not dependent on one model, which is the basic truth of the day. Everybody understands in the world that single model does not work. You have to go for multimodal ensemble, and based on that, we are providing every month, every season, and it has helped the people. Then there has been significant improvement in climate forecast accuracy also. If you just look at, there are studies, recent 15 years and previous 15 years. Even if Baglaji, whatever told, it has been counteracted by O.P. Sharma Saab also. Yes, there has been development, but there are still issues what Baglaji tells. Then we have to understand, we have to accept the criticism, we have to understand ourselves, we have to introspect ourselves, and we have to go a long way with respect to monsoon forecasting. I agree with that. But still, there has been significant improvement also with respect to climate forecast system, be it seasonal range or monthly range or the extended range. Next, please. So this is the outcome. I will not reiterate here. There has been no such cyclone in the last 10 years where death has exceeded 100. Not only in India, but in all the countries in the Bay of Bengal region and Arabian Sea region. It has been appreciated by United Nations, UNDP, UNEP, United Nations Commission for Human Refugees, and many more. Next, please. So this is the example of impact-based forecast. It does not give simply where the flood will occur. It doesn't simply say what will the wind speed. It is telling at present which area will have inundation, which area will be the height of the inundation, what type of houses will collapse, what type of trees will be uprooted in a quantified manner, and this quantity is being converted into the rupees. For example, you can find out loss to agriculture, building, essential facilities, transport, utilities, etc. So it is being converted, and that is helping the government to provide the risk financing. I think you might have listened to recent time only when government is declaring the assistance to the state government before the cyclone hits the coast. And similar approach we have to adopt for all types of severe weather events. Next, please. So this is the way forward. So that is the future need for further improvement. So the impact-based forecast is the future. But as Paula Baglaji told, yes, impact-based forecast cannot be provided by IMD alone. So therefore, we are going for collaboration, we are going for stakeholder partnership, we are going for collaboration with R&D, institutes, universities, academias, and of course, all the stakeholders. So by that way, what happens, we need 4 components. The first one is the meteorological hazards, which Minister of Earth Science is preparing. The second one is the geophysical hazards arising out of that, or secondary hazards, tertiary hazards, that is taken care by the concerned agencies, be it for landslide, it is the GSI, or be it flood, the Central Water Commissions, all are working together, but we have to go a long way to find out the secondary hazards. The third one is the socio-economic attributes. As it is correctly said, you need digitization, you need digital data for all types of socio-economic parameters. So that has to be carried out. The fourth one, the geospatial applications. The geospatial data, whatever is available at present, of course, with the government policy, it has been opened in 2023, but we have to go a long way to open up more, and also we have to exchange the data, and the resolution data has to increase. Next, please. So if we look at strategy, the observational strategy I will not discuss again because Secretary Saab has already told you, but there are many such, but what is the goal then? I can appreciate by 2047, every household may have the observational system, or every village will have the automated weather stations. It is because simply when you go back 25 years to 1999, I find what is the status of India with respect to observational systems, what is the status now. If this is the growth, then certainly there will be accelerated growth, and by 2047, we will have sufficient observation, and each person will be enabled to have the observational systems and also the information of the predictions and also the actions taken by them. So that is the final outcome, and towards the directions all of us to work towards observations, towards modeling, towards impact-based forecasting, early warning, and disseminations, etc. So some of the things I have mentioned here. So you will need mesonet. We don't have mesonet in the country at present. Just we have tried for certain observational, certain urban areas, like say Mumbai, we have got 160 automated rain gauges. Just think about how many cities we have with population of more than 10 lakhs. It is by perhaps 100 or 150. So we have to go for mesonet. Just we have to invest a lot to increase the mesonet if you really want to have realistic urban meteorological services. Similarly, mesonet in the prone areas, like for example, lightning detection or cloudbursts, etc., hilly areas, etc., we have to go for that type of mesonet. So we have to go for implementing the machine learning as it is discussed well, yes, because we believe that is a dual engine approach. The numerical model system will grow, machine learning also will grow, AIML, both will complement each other to convert data and into the value. Then design climate policy. Met policy, I was talking about climate policy. We are not able to utilize the climate information fully. Hardly 1% data which is being generated by IMD being utilized by any socio-economic sectors. When a person constructs a house, when a contractor is constructing the road, when a contractor is building a dam or a road or bridge or culvert, he should have IMD's information, he should utilize that. So what I want to say, that climate information should be the backbone of each and every construction activity or any developmental activity, be it industry or be it agriculture, be it health, or be it anything else. The development of national repository of all hazard events and loss of data. Apart from the data, the basic observational data, also we have to have a national repository with respect to various types of hazard data. That can help in understanding the hazards, in understanding the impact, and also developing the hazard modeling, impact modeling, and the risk assessment in the real sense. Of course, we have to go for an enhanced cooperation, collaboration among the meteorologists, researchers, disaster managers, social scientists, and the workers involved in it, because each and every person is affected by weather and climate, and it has to be customized, sector-specific, perhaps by 2047 it will be person-specific or the house-specific, and जो नारा हम लोग दिए हैं, हर मौसम, हर घर मौसम, each household should have the access to the weather and climate informations, and anytime, anywhere in India. Thank you very much. I will now request Rathore Sahab to give the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for setting the tone for this kind of presentation. Respected chair, dignitaries on dais, and very distinguished audience who is still awake. Okay. The socio-economic development has always been subsequently came the idea of as to what are the kind of other impacts. And when it comes to impact assessment, if you save, say, 100 lives, and somebody want to assess the economic impact of saving 100 lives, I think it is $1 million question. Nobody can make assessment of that kind of saving accrued due to the meteorological information. And therefore, when we try to attempt, I'll just give, because time is up and very brief, so want to give only 2 messages. Message number 1 is when we, now the focus is on impact forecast, impact-based forecast. And impact-based forecast, people are, other stakeholders are to be on the board and to deliver the service. But as a forecaster, when you deliver any product, there are 2 things you have to keep in mind as to how the forecast will be utilized by the end user and what is the kind of economic gains he or she is going to have using that kind of information. So on one hand, you have the forecast quality plus delivery mechanism. Mind you, the delivery of information is equally important. You may have a very good forecast, but if not delivered in the language or parlance in which a user understands and can make use of that information, your information has no value. So therefore, the second component is as to how the user is using the information. And after having used, what is the process of uses and ultimately leading to what kind of the benefits or loss is accruing upon that. So, next please, this has always been talked. But when it comes to the assessment of economic impact, it is very complex. At National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, for the first time in 2008, myself and Parvinder Mani and other colleagues, we launched a project on assessing the socio-economic impact of agromet service. And when the report came in after 3 years, Professor Lochana Gadgil called me, and she was so delighted. She said, Dr. Rathore, you have taken the bull by horn. It is so complex. There are 3 broad streams, and you have to understand the oceans, and then how ocean is linked to atmosphere, and then the entire hydrosphere. And when we try to see the impact, we see only forecast and warnings. Believe me, there is much value in the meteorological data, including the climatology, and the kind of, because I'm an agriculture man, I will talk always, the forecast and forecast use process relationship. Like in case of agriculture, we always try to understand crop weather relationship or crop pest disease relationship. And then only, if you make a forecast, you steer the process of consumption of the forecast by the user. Said, "Isko aisa karo, aapko ye labh hoga." So these are 2 kind of message number 1, and message 2 is Pallav has mentioned that IMD's budget is 800 crore. Now it is a message which I will show through some of the slides, that the kind of saving which is being accrued by utilizing the service, which is only a tip of iceberg, is very huge. And therefore, governments and policymakers should take note of this 150th year of IMD for further augmenting. Next, please. When we try to assess, most of the forecast is given as public good, and therefore it is free of cost. Whereas there is a customized forecast, and the private companies, they charge for the product. Even some of the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, they have started charging for some specialized products to a specialized user who can pay for it. And we try to assess the impact of the forecast. We are at loss as to, because, and more often than not, then we are driven by the descriptive processes, and we try to that what could be the market prices, and then accordingly weigh and calculate the benefits accrued by the user. It's very difficult for assessment of the public good, and therefore most of the assessments are notional. Next, please. But in case of customized forecast, where the customer is well aware and he knows how to, he is using, and by the way, customer is paying for it. So when he or she pay for the information, definitely they should not be at loss. And also the benefit accrued should also recover the cost of investment in purchasing the forecast. Mind you, there is also a cost of intermediaries, particularly the communication of the forecast. When we started agromet services, and we started SMS, bulk SMSs, and then also for the first time SMSs were given for the extreme weather events, including cyclones, and the question came, who will pay for these SMS? Ultimately, Ministry of Agriculture came to our rescue, and they said, don't worry, this is very important information, we are going to pay for it. But after a few years, some wise man, particularly maybe Fellahs or Audit, he says, why the hell Agriculture Ministry is paying for this information which IMD should be paying? So therefore, we need to take a holistic view, and the customer also have to factor in the cost of communication, and communication is a very intricate subject. Time is very short. I'll just rush through. Next, please. So this is very important. When we try to assess the economic or socio-economic impacts, the inferring values is most important, and for that, more often than not, you do user surveys. Unless you do the experiments, the control experiments, you do user surveys. And when you do user surveys, आप किसी को पूछो कि आप मेरी सूचना मिली, आपको कोई लाभ हुआ कि हाँ लाभ तो बहुत हुआ साहब, हाँ बहुत हुआ, और क्या चाहिए साहब, ये भी चाहिए वो भी चाहिए, हाँ ये भी दे देंगे, अच्छा तुम्हें फायदा कितना हुआ, हाँ फायदा तो देखो, nobody wants to reveal the economic figures. It's very interesting. We did a lot of surveys, and therefore when you prepare the questionnaire for taking the surveys, you have to derive the information in a very clandestine manner, asking different questions aiming to get the result of the same thing. And that's very interesting. So how you frame the questionnaire is the key of your outcome. That will depend the quality of outcome. So the sampling methods and so on and so forth. But natural experiments are very expensive, but still I suggest that need to be done. Next, please. Now, when it comes to the methods, a lot was talked about the public versus private meteorological services. Private meteorological services have minuscule investments. They ride on the investment made by the National Meteorological Service and then compete with meteorological service. And therefore, they are ready to offer a product which is very cheap, and the quality again though derived from the National Meteorological, but the credit is taken by them, and if the forecast is incorrect, then so therefore when anybody who tried to assess the impacts of public versus private also have to take take note of these nuances in how the forecast consumption is done and how the forecast delivery mechanism is. Primarily, we use three methods, descriptive methods, because descriptive methods is when you don't know the potential user, and as was mentioned that almost everybody uses the meteorological information, but you as a forecaster really do not know as to, I mean, we know only 8, 9, 10 sectors where we are directly dealing with. Otherwise, there are large number of sectors. But therefore, the prescriptive methods wherein you know the user and then you divide into user versus non-user and then understand the processes and then estimate the benefit accrued by them. Next, please. Next, please. This is agromet system, is very well known. Next, please. We, as I was mentioning, that we launched this first exercise in 2008 at NCMRWF at 15 agroclimatic zones. And for 3 years, we conducted that study. So 3 plus 3, 3 Kharif and 3 Rabi seasons. And we chose different villages which are, and then different farmers who are using, not using, and these are the crops. Primarily, we included all the major crops. Next, please. And this is the socio-economic impact as was dug out by the NCA, National Center for National NCAER, Applied Economic Research. And this is the forecast, any forecast is never used by the 100%. And for example, in case of agriculture, when they decided 9 attributes from pre-sowing to the sowing, the time of sowing, the selection of the crop varieties, irrigation, scheduling, nutrient applications, fertilizer applications, pesticide application, harvesting, so on and so forth. Even if a farmer using, some percentage of farmer is using only 1 or 2 or 3 of those attributes or those cultural practices using the meteorological information, this is the kind of the economic benefits they are going to get. And the total income estimated is at rupees 13,000 plus crores per annum in rain-fed districts. And otherwise, it's much higher. So this is the kind of benefit. Next, please. So basically, when we do for agriculture, we do the yield for cost and profitability and how they are utilized, etc. So there could be different mechanisms for different types of consumers. Next, please. So this is some 3 results I'll be presenting. The National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, they said the economic impact of the agromet advisory service on the net return is 10 to 15%. And on the cost part of it, and on the yield part, that is 10 to 25%. In some cases, we found even 60%, because if there is an extreme weather event, say, for example, there was a farmer near Coimbatore who was a sugarcane cultivator, and when there was a cyclone and the wind forecast was given, and he got the bamboos and plant all the sugarcane, 1,000 crores. So next, please. So these are the kind of results, and therefore, we need to understand the process of forecast entire realm for better socio-economic development of the nation. Thank you very much.
So we thank both Dr. Mohapatra and Dr. Rathore for very pertinent and most important aspect of weather and climate science, how it is beneficial to society and our economy of the system. And I think it needs further more details, which is very difficult, but that is what needed to apply that how this science is for the common people and for their all the sectors and all the livelihood. And I think actually it is most important aspect. And another thing I feel that we are lacking with the PRO system. Because even IITs, each IIT they have a PRO. They tell what it should be a continuous process perhaps to see that what is our success, how we are doing success, and how much benefit to society. Because to get money from the government, it is always needed, and I think that this is a very, very important aspect, and I think we should take care of that in a more aggressive way, only to convince, because as our previous opening session they told, the MPs they asked, what is the benefit? Because everybody see the failure, nobody see how much success we have. And now the success is 80 to 90%, and weather forecast cannot be 100%, never, whatever may be, and whichever country may be. So therefore, we have achieved a lot, but it should be translated, how it is beneficial, and what more we should do, so that always it can be measured with our success. So with this, perhaps,
we thank all speakers, and thanks to all our distinguished audience who have beared some delay which has taken, but we couldn't help it. All presentations were so useful and very, very informative and neat. So bear with us. Thank you for your patience, and really we had very, very good 6 presentations in this technical session too. And with this we conclude. And
yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and I express my deepest gratitude to all chair and co-chair of this technical session, very important session, discuss about past, present, and also the service future challenges. And we should thank all the speakers, particularly our Kelkar sir brought out the historical perspective. Then our 2 distinguished speakers from the online, they have talked about the present modeling system and what are the future development challenges, and also the service provided. So this is not only informative, also enjoyable, and also it has not only improved our understanding, but also has ignited a passion in our mind to go deeper into the subject. So let us thank all of them. So as a token of appreciation and affection, I request our DGN sir to kindly felicitate our chair, co-chair, and speaker. First, I will request to felicitate Dr. Ajit Tyagi. Sorry. And Professor U.C. Mahanti, sir. Professor Kelkar, sir. Dr. L.S. Rathore, sir. So with this actually, now actually we are going for a last panel discussion, very brief. So I will request Pai sir. Yeah, please. Okay, so we'll now go for the last panel discussion.
Now we are coming to the concluding session. It's a panel discussion on new technologies on weather and climate services. In the last session, already we had 3 lectures as a beginning, whereby Dr. Ravichandran and other 2 speakers from ECMWF and NOAA had discussed about that. Now I am inviting the remaining panel members. Already 3 panel members are here in the stage. Dr. Kelkar, Dr. Rathore Saab, and Dr. Ravichandran. Now for the final session, I invite Dr. Shailesh Naik as chairman of this session, who is currently director of NIAS, Bangalore. He is the former chair of the ESSO and secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. He has served as an interim chairman of ISRO, director of INCOIS, etc. And the co-chair is Professor S.K. Dubey. Dubey, sir. Former director, IIT Kharagpur, and former professor, Center for Atmospheric Sciences, IIT Delhi. Sir, please come and take your stage. We have additional 3 eminent speakers. I invite Dr. N. Jayanti, retired ADGM R. Pune. Please come to the stage. Dr. K.J. Ramesh, sir, currently advisor, South Asia Hydromet Forum, Rhimes, Thailand. He is former DGM, IMD and PR of India with the WMO, who is also an NWP expert. And Dr. Rupakumar Kohli, President, India Meteorological Society, and he is also former Chief, World Climate Application and Services Division, WMO. So we will felicitate all the panelists with Angavastra. So I invite DGM Mohapatra to Dr. K.J. Ramesh, sir. Sir. Dr. Shailesh Naik, sir, who is the chairman of the panel also. Dr. S.K. Dubey, sir, who is the co-chair. Dr. N. Jayanti, madam. Sir, Jayanti. Jayanti, madam. Yeah. And Dr. Rupakumar, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I leave the stage to chair and co-chair for further panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I welcome you to the final session. And we had already delayed a little bit, so what I am going to do is I will give some time to those who have not spoken earlier and then we will come back if we have some time, then we can. Yeah, it's working, eh? Yeah. So this topic is very critical, and I think what I would request my fellow panelists is there are 2-3 things which we should keep in mind when we are talking about future technology. The one is very important that by 2047, Prime Minister has declared that we should be Viksit Bharat. That means we should be a developed country. The first and foremost thing is I think we need not have to look only at India as our area of work, but it's a global. We are already running global models, and what we can do for the entire world, that what should be our main goal. The second is the major goal which again we have set is on by 2070 we should be net zero. So what kind of climate and weather services would be required to achieve that is another major issue. And the third is the sustainable, whatever the climate action which we have to do. But at the same time, this climate action is also integrated, Dr. Ravi also mentioned about it, integrated with many other aspects of the sustainable development goals. So it has to be more multidisciplinary, including what Dr. Rathod Sahab was telling about the social aspect. The social and economic aspect also has to be integrated into this. With these few words, first of all, I would like to request Professor Dubey to make the opening remarks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session, and I have been here since morning and listening to all the distinguished and eminent meteorologists of the country. Dr. Shailesh Nayak has asked me to give my view on this particular topic. Well, I will say that this has been already covered in great detail by Dr. Ravi Chandran and Dr. Mahapatra, what they have presented 2047, that cannot be achieved without using the future technology. And as you are aware, and you should know that India is very good in using the technology. You may remember that what was there before COVID. Before the COVID, nobody knew that how to use even credit card. And now during the COVID period, now India, if I have to pay to my maid servant to the monthly charges, she says, pay me in Google Pay. So this is the kind of thing. So India is very good in using the technology, and especially the technology, using the technology for the weather forecasting or the ocean and atmosphere forecasting. It is one thing I will say is very important, that there should be very close interaction with the academicians who are working in the academic institution in the field of the meteorology or oceanography with the operational meteorologists. I can tell just one more sentence I will add, that I have been working in the area of the storm surge, but that area storm surge I have been working as an academician, which has apparently, later on I came to know, it has no value. Value was added when I interacted with Dr. Mahapatra. Dr. Mahapatra told, look here, whatever you people are doing, this is only academic exercise, you should work in this line. And so I worked with Dr. Mahapatra, and at that time the model was actually transferred to the many Indian Ocean countries for operational use. So that is how the technology works, that when you have to interact with the academicians. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, for giving me a opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. K.J. Ramesh, former Director General of IMD.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair, and good evening to colleagues. We had very good discussions all along throughout the day. Most importantly, now I submit to the learned panel here and the people in the audience. So we have to bring transformative changes in terms of functional activities of IMD. Now, on one side, we are venturing that we have to go to panchayat level forecast and meeting the requirements of the panchayat level people and all communities around it. If that has to happen, simply giving forecast will not be enough. So we have to reposition our workforce to work at the panchayat revenue level by creating a cluster of villages through our district offices and then generate risk information and knowledge management and the vulnerability aspects in that cluster of villages, whether you call it for agriculture, whether you call it as water resources or availability of water for crops. So all these 3-4 needs and disaster vulnerability around that. So to generate this information, we have to create a task team with revenue officers and agriculture communities of the people working at the state government level, groundwater people, irrigation department, working very closely with the India Meteorological Department people who are giving the forecast. And at the same time, while doing so, we can understand their decision support needs. So every panchayat can decide on certain thing, investments or tomorrow disaster risk reduction has to happen means cluster of villages have to become resilient for the future. And then in terms of climate action, so we have to reduce the use of pesticides and other chemical applications, so that we have to, organic farming will help for the soil organic carbon increase into the soil. So decarbonization of the atmosphere also will happen at the agriculture level. So to support all these activities at the grassroots level, along with the forecast, our people have to work. We are started working with the Krishi Vignan Kendras now. So that has to percolate down to cluster of panchayats to have that meaningful decision support needs, understand them, generate that information and provide them such kind of information so that people at large, society can become resilient in times to come. So how we say that, you can say that we have only this many people, how that can happen. So first thing what to happen, whatever manual operations we are doing, whether at observatory level, at office level, at any level, got to get automated. So it is possible to automate all the manual operations. Once you do that, that manpower got to be directed to and trained, oriented to do these kind of activities, so that then only our services will become fully relevant to the societies. So another aspect in terms of technology, beyond what our secretary told, I just want to add one thing. For getting granular rainfall information, now there is a technology called commercial microwave services, towers, commercial microwave towers. So you know very well that when rainfall happens, between the towers, communication signals get attenuated. So that companies or service providers, Airtel or BSNL or Jio, they increase the frequency, boost up the signal when the rainfall takes place. So that information, wherever they are boosting up, is related to the attenuation of the signal due to the heavy rainfall rate. So we have to run a small application which is available already on GitHub at the end of the servers of those people, or we can put a server. When that signal attenuation takes place at their end, we can compute the rainfall rate. So rate of attenuation is directly related to the rainfall rate. Many countries have adopted this. By doing so, we can get rainfall rate at a granular scale of cell phone towers. So we have at any city, if you take, about 1200 cell phone towers are there in city like Bangalore. So between the cell phone towers, you can get the rain rate without really investing on any observation, maintenance of the observation, all that. Now the technology opportunity is there. More than 50 countries have implemented this. So this we can implement in this country as well. So you can get a very granular rainfall information very quickly. Only we have to tie up with the cell phone providers at district level, every level. Once you have a cloud system, it is across the country, it can be run. So rainfall information generation is more important, particularly for urban floods. We have been talking, improving the networks, 500, 600 AWS, ARG, so it is not required now. Now CML technology is available. Australia, US, UK, several cities are using this technology, and it is verified also, that algorithm. So this is one particular aspect I want to place it. And then all along we have working with the knowledge partners, IITs and other institutions. Best thing would be at each district, best institute available, engineering college or the university in that particular district should become the partner of IMD for knowledge improvement, knowledge advancement. So by these three steps, we can make transformative changes in our services, and that should be possible to happen, because all youngsters who have joined IMD in last 5 years, they are all postgraduates in science or BTech in different engineering disciplines. It's just orientation of them to do much more work with the kind of information we have and improve the service delivery the country needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think you made a very important point, and I'm sure that this would be taken into account. May I now request Jayanti to say, yeah, just press it.
So at the outset, let me express how I am happy to participate in this IMD's 150 years commemoration. See, morning, most of the ladies, when we were discussing, we were a little bit skeptical and crestfallen that there was no representative from the ladies' side. But I never thought that I will be in for surprise, and suddenly I am asked to participate in the panel discussion. Anyhow, I thank you very much for this honor. And another thing, I feel it is very apt, because I am an old-timer, not only old-timer, I feel I am a fossil, because I have more than 38 years of experience. Not only that, my association with IMD started since my birth, I should say, because my father was also, I belong to the second generation meteorologist, and my father retired as assistant met. But anyhow, coming back to my story, where do I begin? Maybe being a lady, I will say, when I joined the department, ladies in the department were very few and far between. That time, Miss Anna Mani was there. She was a terror and a line lady of the department, such a dynamic and erudite lady. And next one was Dr. Mary Selvam from IITM. Now it is IITM, before that it was IIT. Otherwise, ladies, the population were much less. But now compared to what it was, and now if you see there is a explosive growth, and ladies are occupying so many unexplored terrain, like Dr. Kelkar mentioned, ladies going to Antarctica, managing Dr. Shamla, I should mention. She was a very able monsoon forecaster of Mumbai, and Surinder Kaur, my batchmate, she was in charge, first one to become the in charge of MC Bhopal. Like that I can go on and on the time, what should I say, the list is endless. But being a lady has also got its advantage, because whatever we do, it comes to the limelight. When I joined the Advanced Med department, much to the dismay of my male colleagues, I was given attention, because as being the first lady forecaster, I was photographed when I completed my attachment trainings in MO Santa Cruz, as well as in this thing. Anyhow, afterwards, when I come, there is a sea change of what I have gone through and what it is now. Let me begin with a small thing, when I was posted in LRF morning, somebody was mentioning the explosive growth of, everybody was mentioning for that matter, LRF. When I joined, believe me, it was based on correlation regression analysis, and we have to do with facet machines and comptometers, and what is known as do little. The name may suggest do little, but it has nothing to do with little doing. N equations we have to solve with, N linear equations we have to solve with a comptometer, and it is DOOLITTLE, do little, and it owes its origin to one geodetic officer of vintage in 1878, before LRF started. So that is it. And even the computing facility was not there. I remember once I was sent by Dr. K.N. Rao to TIFR, borrowing time to run the programs. But now, considering that where we are, now we have desktop and so many programs are there. Anaconda, I heard only of very mild languages, Fortran, COBOL and all. Now ferocious, Anaconda, and then Python, and then Cobra and other things. They are all very multi-processing facilities so that youngsters can use a desktop and then play with it and then generate so many inputs. So I can go on and on. My experience in ACWC is another thing. Maybe with your permission, I can give that anecdote. People, they were very, very weather-wise, my seniors. With small change in the wind and other things, they used to predict impending weather. Very, very weather-wise. Now we are otherwise depending on all the machines. And during cyclone season, I worked in ACWC for 14 years. During cyclone situation on roster duties, cyclone situations, the forecasting center will look like a war room. And then our Met will come and then sit with, like Rathore, he will have a hat and he will remove and he will see all the charts and meticulously analyze. Now, this is the history, it is not there. And so systematic, and all will be running here and there, being assistant meteorologists, duty forecasters, and then for data. And data also, we had very few coastal observatories. And then CDMCs are all special, that is cyclone distress mitigation, under that committee thing, some special weather observations were there. And then only during cyclone, such observational requirement will be made. Once our Met in charge, he wanted Puri, the cyclone was coming near Orissa. Then he asked the assistant, get me Puri. Unfortunately, our canteen also had a Puri thing. And then he was very meekly kept the thing, and he was a very stickler on terror, K.M. Ramamurthy. When Puri was kept on his table, even he couldn't control his laughter, and then the entire cyclone situation was eased. I mean, anyhow, I have so many things to remember, and then nowadays, every bulletin is issued on hourly basis. In our time, we have to remember aurora, balloon, cyclone, hexagon, formula. I don't think now those things are there. My cyclone man DG will say. And accuracy also, compared to this thing, definitely it has increased even with the lead time, and also the accuracy improved. But what so many aids are there, like your inputs from numerical weather prediction, and then what should I say, on the line, PC thing, inputs are all there. So I can go on and on about technological advancement. But what I want to impress upon is IMD has always been the first one to adopt and adapt any technical advantage, advancement for its own improvement. So that way we are very fortunate. And then, coming to the thing, meteorology is, prerequisite discipline for facing many challenges like socio-economic, including your health sciences, and then decision support system. Morning so much was told. So many, but IMD is always resonating and responding to this in a very dependable and trustworthy fashion. I'm sure the present generation will continue its legacy, but some challenges are also there with invasion of artificial intelligence, machine language, deep learning, and then so many things. Maybe it will be a redundancy of manpower may be there, but still, as somebody told in the morning, brain power is, human power is the supreme, so we can still be very complacent and move on. And finally, I feel, the present generation have got a lot to look up to, and then the future, if we project the future, we are poised for a very, very bright luminance, and then not maintaining the same legacy. So on this juncture, I remember my seniors on whose shoulder we are standing, and such a impressive seniors, and my very energetic present one, and definitely future is poised for much more this thing. Sorry, I rambled here and there because of my last minute thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanti. I think you reminded me one thing which I would like to say. You know, the satellite data, I mean, everybody says ISRO, but to best of my knowledge, and Dr. Kelkar will tell, the first use of satellite data was in IMD, the TIROS data, much before ISRO was set up. So I think that is very important, and I think I would also request Dr. Ravichandran and Dr. Mahapatra that the time has come when you have to define what kind of sensors and you need, what kind of satellite you need, because ISRO is not going to launch the way it used to be earlier. And you have to ask for the money to the government to launch the satellite. So I think this is very important, and I'm sure that the necessary action would be taken. With this, may I request Dr. Rupa Kumar to have the President of Indian Meteorological Society to have a last word on this. Yeah.
Thank you. I know it has been a long day and we are delayed, so I'll try to be brief. And first of all, it's a great privilege and honor to be part of this eminent panel and also to participate in this historic celebration of the start of the 150th year of IMD. On behalf of the members of the Indian Meteorological Society, I convey our warm congratulations to IMD and its staff, both current and retired, for the exemplary service that IMD has provided to the country. With that, actually, given the topic that we have for this panel discussion on the future technology and weather and climate services, I just want to highlight a couple of points that are relevant. One is on education and training, because as technologies develop and evolve, they tend to be somewhat disruptive in cases where you suddenly have to change to new ways of working. So it's very important for us to support education and training for people to change and also develop new competencies to be able to provide in the latest technological environment. We had an excellent vision provided by Dr. Ravichandran and Dr. Mahapatra for the 2047 vision with very ambitious planning. And it's very important for us to make sure that we have the required competencies in place for us to actually to take care of those objectives. So in this, IMD has a rich tradition of supporting education and training in the country. In fact, we had heard Professor Kelkar mentioning about IMD spawning a number of institutions out of its own departments, which have grown into internationally acclaimed institutions. But there is also another facet of IMD's contribution to education and training. In fact, they have nurtured universities. In fact, I am myself a product of Andhra University, where the Department of Meteorology, the first Department of Meteorology in the country, was set up with the help of IMD staff. So even the retired staff from IMD have been continuing this education and capacity building activities, which is, I think, a great contribution that IMD made, which we should recognize and highlight. So in the same way, I think it's very important for us to continue this tradition of supporting education and training in the country, including going into the colleges and schools and make all meteorological relevant aspects to be part of the educational curriculum, and people are able to contribute to the development of the science and also the technology that is required to adopt the latest developments. The other aspect that is required is actually, in fact, I saw the National Framework for Climate Services as one of the key initiatives launched today. A key element of the national framework is actually to support multi-stakeholder interaction. It's very important for us to not only talk to individual sectors, but also we have to do it in a multi-stakeholder environment. For example, many of the sectors are interdependent. Water, for example, is related to agriculture and health. In the same way, agriculture is related to health. So it's important for us to make sure that all the sectors that are climate sensitive take decisions which are consistent with each other. So that's very important. This can happen only in a multi-stakeholder environment. So the national framework for climate services, in fact, it can even be extended to weather aspects. This actually involves a close engagement of all the stakeholders involved, not only in producing weather and climate information, but also in using them at different levels. So this can be further promoted by having regular and sustained national and state level forums to bring together all the stakeholders that are dependent or that are closely linked to weather and climate information. In fact, weather and climate, there was a lot of discussion about forecast, but I think we should not be confined to forecast. So the whole idea is that the entire weather and climate information, both in terms of past data, what is happening now, and also what is going to happen in the future, these should be consolidated and provided to help with the decision making in the best possible way to plan and also to operate the climate sensitive aspects of different sectors. So that is where I think we need these forums to be regularly organized. And in fact, as based on my own experience with WMO, we have seen many countries benefiting from organizing national climate forums where they regularly bring together all the climate sensitive sectors and discuss various ways in using weather and climate information in the most effective manner. So I think we need to start that type of activity in India as well, including at the state level, particularly because of the multiple languages we have. It's important for us to make sure that the information reaches even to the communities in their local languages. So that is very important. So I think these two additional elements to the technological advancement and planning will be, I think, very crucial for us to get the best out of the technological evolution. So with that, I thank you once again for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you. This is the end, and I would request Dr. Kelkar, you have one here.
A few points. I've been lobbying for a weather channel 24/7 for a long time. I don't know what's the problem. There are so many channels now. You can have a YouTube channel, but something which goes on day and night and talks only about the weather in different languages, something that we need. This is one thing. In my own talk, I talked about IMD creating institutions. I think we have stopped doing that. We need at least 4. One on weather management, weather modification, socio-economics, atmospheric technology. These are candidates. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Ravi?
Of course, it's not the technological advancement. Just I want to quickly, one point I want to mention here, since many of our IMD colleagues are there. I think we need to have a transformative change. For that, we need to have similar type of something, a mission mode we require. So maybe it is a time we have to start something atmospheric mission mode where we need to build all the, whatever I mentioned, 4 components along with the manpower. So we need to build that. For that, we need to have some implementation plan or roadmap we have to set up. For that, I think maybe we can start with the brainstorming in the coming months and together so that we can develop a system for framework, because already government has told to start with this type of things, so maybe we can plan. And whatever we do that, of course, one thing is always IMD, the expectation will be high. As Rathore Saab mentioned, earlier it started with the risk and disaster related thing. Now everybody want to know if I want to go out whether it will rain or not. That much level has come. Always expectation is there, so there is a demand. So they have appreciate our work as well as they need us. So I think considering this, we need to excel. We need to come out of this and we need to provide best possible services with all our collective effort with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I think we had, but I think today is just a beginning. We need to have a detailed discussion, as Dr. Ravi also mentioned, on the different aspects, on the stakeholders, the meteorological services, the socio-economic future technologies, atmosphere technology, all those things which has been proposed. I'm sure that there would be subsequent discussion throughout the year. And when we meet next year, I think the plan, what is to be done for the next 25 years, if it is ready, it would be really good thing to do. I extremely grateful to all of you for sparing your time and to be here. We are late by about half an hour or so, but I think it is quite good. And I wish that all this thing which we are planning, which is essentially a betterment and improve the quality of life, will be succeed. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, 1 minute. We will release one.
हाँ, मौसम मंजूषा जो IMD हिंदी विभाग इसको पब्लिश करते हैं, तो 38 संस्करण जो आज विमोचन करेंगे. I request chair and all members to kindly release this मौसम मंजूषा. So now I will request our DGM sir to kindly felicitate our chair, co-chair, Dr. Salesh Naik sir and Professor Dubey sir. Okay, so also the panelist member, Dr. K.J. Ramesh sir. Dr. K.J. Ramesh sir, then Dr. K. Rupakumar Kohli, President IMS. Then I request now DGM sir to felicitate Dr. N. Jayanti madam.
Yeah. What are things देंगे? I have to just make one announcement. While we are commemorating the beginning of 150th year, Honorable Prime Minister has greeted India Meteorological Department and he has tweeted congratulating India Meteorological Department for its exceptional services. Now I will just request you just look at the video he has tagged with his message.
आज हम बादल नहीं, अपने स्मार्टफोन की स्क्रीन देखते हैं मौसम की जानकारी के लिए। दादाजी अनुमान लगा लेते थे, मौसम विभाग विज्ञान लगाता है।
मैं भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग हूं। आइए आपको अपनी कहानी सुनाता हूं। The relentless fury of the 1864 Calcutta cyclone and the harsh grip of the 1866 famine unleashed brutal devastation. The necessity for weather forecasting gave birth to me in 1875. I started my journey with headquarters in Kolkata, then to Shimla, Pune and Delhi. As the years passed on, our commitment to observing weather became a tale of innovation and resilience. We have soared to new heights, now keeping an eye on the sky through cutting-edge technology, including satellite and radars, among others. From sending daily weather updates by post in 1876, we seamlessly transmit data every 10 minutes worldwide in 2023. Today, we proudly stand as the officially recognized Global Information System Center by the WMO. With a humble beginning in 1958 for numerical weather prediction in IMD, major breakthrough came with establishment of NCM RWF in 1988, procurement of supercomputer in 1989, establishment of Center for Atmospheric Sciences in IIT Delhi and IISc Bengaluru in 70s and IITM Pune in 1962 by IMD. This followed with newer generation supercomputers in 2010 and 2016. At present, IMD has a seamless modeling system from nowcasting to seasonal forecasting. Leveraging mobile apps, websites, and social media, we transition from traditional methods to a sophisticated and efficient digital system to ensure that critical information reaches people swiftly and accurately during times of crisis. Starting from port warnings for cyclones in 1865, the service of IMD have registered a paradigm shift to advise to agriculture, aviation, marine, transport, energy, industries, surface, pilgrimage, health, urban, power, disaster management sectors and many more.
मौसम का जो पूर्वानुमान मिलता है, अब टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी आगे बढ़ी है, स्पेस साइंस का भी बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा है, उसके कारण करीब अनुमान सही निकलते हैं.
Our accurate weather forecast and warnings help in overall socio-economic development of the people and country as a whole.
ये कहानी खत्म नहीं हुई है, अभी शुरू हुई है. अब जब हम विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, मौसम विज्ञान में हर दिन नई नई संभावनाओं को तलाश रहे हैं. क्या पता कुछ सालों में हम वेदर मैनेजमेंट में भी कामयाब हो.
IMD is the guardian of the skies, earth and ocean. Adityat Jayate Vrishti.
Good evening, Namaskar. After a very hectic the celebration day for 150 years of IMD, I am here to give a formal vote of thanks. It is my privilege and honor to stand before you to give formal vote of thanks. First of all, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdish Dhankar ji, for being the chief guest of this momentous celebration. His presence has added immense significance to this event, and we are truly honored to have him with us this morning. Also, we are thankful to all our institutes, MOS Institute, DSTs, and central and state agencies who have participated in this one-day event and also contributed immensely in giving lectures, all our speakers and also the chairs. So we are thankful to all of them. Then we are also thankful to Honorable Minister of Earth Sciences, Sri Kiran Rijiju ji, who has presented this the outline of our IMD and also the MOS plan for the future. Then all our staff in IMD under the leadership of Dr. M. Mahapatra sir, who has provided very valuable guidance in organizing this event. So thankful to DGM sir, and also the overall supervision was by the Honorable, our Secretary, Sri Ravichandran sir, who has guided time to time to manage this event. One national exhibition was also arranged with the support from the India Meteorological Society. So we are also thankful to President IMS and the entire IMS team for contributing in this event. The other agency who are associated with the IMD, like NDMA, NDRF, and they have also contributed in making this event a grand success. I also thank all the staff of ITDC and the Bigyan Bhavan for managing the event and also provided all facilities in carrying out this event smoothly. Then print media and the social media team and also the media team, particularly for popularizing the activity and also the whatever celebration we have started from last many days. This was going to the media, so the highlighting the activity of IMD. So we are thankful to all of them in bringing out this very efficiently. Then already I saw all the members, it is not a small job, and the last 2-3 months, the members from the National Organic Committee and the local organic committee, they are working tirelessly, and also so that we are thankful to each and every member, and also our Ranju Madam, she was the chairperson of NOC, so we are thankful to each and every one of the committees. And also the IMD staff, not only in headquarters, also in other parts of the India, they have also celebrated this event in locally, and also it was also hectic for them, so we are also thankful to all of them. Our retired DGM staff have come with all difficulty also. This is very winter, but still they have come and they have even delivered the talk. So all retired DG and retired IMD person and also the retired secretary and all of them, so they have come over here to make this event very successful. So thank you to all of you, sir. And our IITM Institute and all MOS institution also contributed. So last but not the least, so your presence has actually helped in this thing. So we are thankful to each and everyone who have contributed directly or indirectly in making this event a grand success. So thank you to everybody. In case I have missed anyone, please excuse me. So it is my last period to thank you all.
I will request all of you to give a big applause for all my team who have worked for this. Yeah. So we are just going to IMD. Those who are interested to visit IMD are welcome. We are going to just launch the selfie point. We love IMD. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.